Rise. The Superior Court of Orange County is now in session. The Honorable Judge Salazar presiding. God save the state and this honorable court.
Please be seated. Good morning. This is a formal criminal trial in Redondo County, South Carolina. The case is South Carolina versus Barbara Allen Barrett. My name is Annette Salazar, and I'm going to be the presiding judge in this case. In U.S. criminal trials, it's the prosecution's burden to prove every element of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. I'd like to now invite counsel for both sides to identify themselves, starting with defense counsel.
I'm Reagan Patrick. I'm Audrey Knott. I'm Audrey Shepard.
Morning, counsel.
I'm Sienna Hicks.
I'm Aaron Robinson.
I'm Max Brown. And I'm Brandon Urano.
Good morning, counsel. Would the prosecution please state the charge in this case?
Barbara Barrett is charged guilty of murder.
Okay. Just murder, first degree, is that correct? Thank you, counsel. How does the defendant plead?
Our client pleads not guilty by temporary insanity due to battered woman syndrome.
Okay, thank you, counsel. I'd like to start off asking counsel if they have any pretrial motions at this time.
Yes, we have pretrial motions.
Okay. May be heard.
Your Honor, we are calling this pretrial motion using the precedents of Jackson versus Denham. We are calling this so our client, Barbara Allen Barrett, will be saved from any unfair ruling. Officer C.M. Cheney threatened and frightened our client on the night of this confession. Thank you.
Counsel, just a clarification. What is it that you're trying to exclude? Her confession?
Yes.
Which confession?
The confession she made the night of the incident.
Okay, do you have an exhibit?
Yes.
Will the bailiff please show this to opposing counsel?
That's okay, Your Honor.
Does prosecution have any response or objection to excluding this evidence?
We'd like to cross the defendant, Barbara Allen Barrett.
You'd like to put the witness on the stand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, will the witness please take the stand?
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury on this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Please state your name, please.
Barbara Allen Barrett.
Mrs. Barrett, isn't it true you're an educated adult?
Yes.
as a mother, you sign documents on your kid's behalf. This is correct.
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please read the first two paragraphs of your confession statement?
Yes. Does she have a copy of that?
Um,
The first two lines.
the first two paragraphs of your confession statement, please.
I, Barbara Allen Barrett, have been warned by C.M. Cheney, the person to whom this statement is made, that 1, I have the right to have a lawyer present to advise me both prior to and during any questioning. 2, if unable to employ a lawyer, I have the right to have a lawyer appointed to counsel with me both prior to and during any questioning. And 3, I have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and any statement I make may and probably be used in evidence against me at my trial. And 4, I have the right to terminate the interview at any time I so desire. I fully understand all of these rights, and desiring to waive all of them, I hereby make the following voluntary statement.
Mrs. Barrett, did you voluntarily sign this confession statement?
Well, I
Mrs.
was...
Barrett, please just answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
You waived your rights to an attorney present, correct?
Afterward, in my witness
Mrs. Barrett, just
statement,
answer
yes.
the question, yes or no, please.
Not this one, no.
Mrs. Barrett, just please answer the question, yes or no.
No.
Is this your signature on the confession statement, Mrs. Barrett?
Yes.
Are you aware of your Miranda rights? Do you agree this is your confession statement?
This is my confession statement, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Would the defense like to ask any questions?
Yes, we would like to cross-examine Officer C.M. Cheney.
Okay, so are we excusing the witness?
Yes.
May I please, please?
Would you like me to read this?
Yes, please. Would Officer C.M. Cheney please come up to the stand?
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury on this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Day Officer Cheney.
Good day.
Did Mrs. Barrett seem nervous or afraid while giving the confession?
Yes.
Officer Cheney, you took Mrs. Barrett into the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
At this time, I would now like to enter in Exhibit A, the diagram of the house. Can you please,
Sorry, opposing counsel, do you have any objections to this entering into this into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, the prosecution has no objection. No objections.
can you please affirm that you drew this diagram of the house?
Yes, I drew the diagram of the house.
Officer Cheney, to get to the kitchen from the bathroom, you must go all the way through the living room and into the dining room, then through the back breakfast room, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. So you can go through the front door, around the house, through the back door, correct?
Correct.
One more thing, officer. You do not recall reading Mrs. Barrett the Miranda rights, do you?
It is standard procedure, and I do not recall where I read her rights, but I am very sure that I did, considering that I always do with all of my witnesses.
Thank you, officer. I have no further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Any other comments on either side?
The prosecution would like to do a direct of Officer Cheney.
You may.
Officer Cheney, can you describe the procedures you performed to take Mrs. Barrett into custody?
Yes. After taking Mrs. Barrett out of the bathroom and under Lee Porter's direction, I took her out of the front door, around the house, and in the back door to protect the evidence from contamination.
Your witness statement implies doubt about whether you read Mrs. Barrett's Miranda rights. Why is that?
It's standard procedure that I read her rights, and I always do. I did not recall where I read her rights, considering that it is so much like a habit for me.
Officer Cheney, would you please read the first two paragraphs on the confession statement of Barbara Barrett for the court?
Yes. I, Barbara Barrett, have been warned by Sam Cheney, the person to whom the statement is made, that I have the right to have a lawyer present to advise me both prior to and during any questioning. 2, if unable to employ a lawyer, I have the right to have a lawyer appointed to counsel with me, both prior to and during any questioning. 3, I have the right to remain silent and not to make any statement at all, and any statement I may and probably will be used in evidence against me at this trial. And 4, I have the right to terminate the interview anytime I so desire. I fully understand all these rights, and desiring to waive all of them, I hereby make the following voluntary statement.
Officer Cheney, are these the Miranda rights on the confession statement of Barbara Barrett?
Yes.
Officer Cheney, would you please identify for the court who signed the confession statement?
Yes. The signatures on the confession statement are those of Barbara Allen Barrett and also of mine as a witness.
Officer Cheney, no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Witness is dismissed. Any further comments from either side?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. The exhibit is entered into evidence, and the motion is closed. Any other pretrial motions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Let's begin with opening statements then, starting with defense counsel. Or prosecution.
I didn't mean to hurt him. Why did he have to hurt me so? I loved him. Why did he have to leave? I didn't mean to hurt John. Are these the words of an innocent person? No, of course not. These are the words of a scorned lover turned murderer, Barbara Allen Barrett. Her husband, John Walker Barrett, is dead. He suffered 5 bullet wounds from a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. The first 4 shots were sufficient enough to end his vibrant life, as blood was pouring out of his femoral artery. However, his scorned lover was not satisfied. Bang! A final shot in the head as he already lay motionless on the floor. Brutal, isn't it? I am Aaron Augustine, the prosecutor in this case. My co-counsel, Max Brown, Brandon Herrano, and Sienna Hicks. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you in advance for your valuable time in listening to the facts of this case. Your job is very important. Somebody has lost their life. We need your help in bringing justice to John Barrett. Please listen carefully. Don't be deceived. The defense will try to make Barbara sound like a victim, or that someone else committed the murder. Again, don't be deceived. Listen, jury. I'll begin on the night in question. Are you ready? On the night of December 18, 1988, testimony will show Barbara waits impatiently, pacing around the room, wondering why John was late again. Mr. Barrett arrives home around 9 o'clock. He sets his briefcase down and walks further into the living room and takes off his coat and belt and sloppily lays them on the floor. Lee Porter, the Barrett's housekeeper, will testify that John and Barbara exchanged harsh words, and by the time they enter the dining room for dinner, they are visibly at odds. Ms. Porter will also testify that this was a common event in this distraught marriage. In like manner, testimony will show that Mr. and Mrs. Barrett was very jealous, and this was often the motivation behind her behavior. Next, further testimony will tell that Barbara confronts John with a letter he wrote to his mistress. This letter details the fact that John wants to leave Barbara and marry someone else. This letter also details the fact that how John despises Barbara's drug habits and possessiveness. Ms. Porter will also testify that during dinner, John calmly states, "I've had it with you, Barbara. Now you know I'm leaving tonight." As tension mounts, the defendant storms into the living room, alone. Facts will tell that moments later, the unsuspecting John Barrett enters the living room and sits across from the enraged defendant. Barbara, dejected and in tears, scoffs, "You will be sorry." Lee Porter will testify that she heard 3 gunshots coming from the living room. Evidence will show that the first shot penetrates John's left shoulder. John staggers off the couch, grasping his shoulder. Likewise, testimony shows that he then flees to the dining room with blood dripping from his gaping wound. As he races toward the dining room for cover, a second shot rings out and sinks into his upper right thigh. John lurches forward, grabs the wall, and leaves a streak of blood. On the third shot, the facts reveal that Barbara misses, and the bullet sails into the wall that connects the living room to the dining room. John is trying to crawl desperately away from his murderer. John looks at Lee Porter with pleading eyes. Significantly, Mrs. Porter's testimony tells how Barbara bounds into the dining room, wielding a gun. At this point, John is lying on the floor, near death. It is at this time that Barbara stands over the helpless and innocent Mr. Barrett and places 2 more bullets in his back. Still showing signs of life, either by breathing, moving, or sounds coming from his mouth, Barbara finally decides to put an end to his vibrant life with a bullet to John's head. Testimony will show that this final bullet destroyed Mr. Barrett's ability to move, speak, or breathe, and would appear to the shooter as now a lifeless corpse. By this time, Lee has fled out the back door to call 911. Next, we hear from Officer Cheney, who was the first responder to the scene at 2437 Rambling Woods Drive. She will testify that she finds Lee Porter waiting at the door, and Barbara is inside, locked in the downstairs bathroom, crying hysterically. Officer Cheney will testify that she attempts to coax Barbara out of the bathroom, but she was stubborn and refused to unlock the door. Officer Cheney finally threatens to break down the door, and Barbara at last slinks out of the bathroom and collapses. Officer Cheney further testifies that he then calls to the doctor to tend to Barbara. She is revived, and Officer Cheney will testify to her confiding words, "I didn't mean to hurt him." Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant's only regret is that John's gone and she has no one now. Don't forget who the victim is. John Barrett is dead at the hands of a jealous, enraged wife. The facts are clear. You must find the defendant guilty of murder.
Thank you, counsel. Defense?
Your Honor, members of the jury, my name is Audrey Miller, and to my left is my colleague, Reagan Kilpatrick. Together, we represent Mrs. Barbara Allen Barrett. We thank you all for being here and hearing her plea. Barbara Allen Barrett is a loving mother of 2 children who did all that she could to be a dedicated wife Mrs. Barrett upheld all the vows she took the day she married her husband, John Oliver Barrett. Unfortunately, she married a man who was unwilling to follow through with the promises he made to her on their wedding day. This defenseless woman was abused. She was verbally and physically abused for 10 traumatizing years. Tragically, her abuser was her own husband, someone who she depended on. Imagine waking up every day wondering if you will live to see tomorrow. Any day could be your last. This is what Barbara Barrett had to think about every day of her marriage to Mr. Barrett. On the night of December 18, 1988, Mrs. Barrett watched fearfully as her husband stormed into the living room. He held a belt in his hand. Imagine having a belt slowly tighten around your neck. Every breath you take could be your last. Mrs. Barrett knew that this day would be her last. All the fear and the stress built up inside Mrs. Barrett over the past 10 years had burst. It took control of her mind. Mrs. Barrett drew up her actions unknowingly, unaware of what she was doing. We are here to prove that on the night of December 18, 1988, Mrs. Barrett was helpless and confused. Dr. Dana McGuire, a professional psychologist who specializes in the battery woman syndrome, will testify as to the condition of Barbara's mind, and not her heart, which the state will try to persuade you into thinking is cold and murderous. As hard as it will be, Barbara Barrett herself will testify to multiple horrifying accounts of each verbal and physical attack by the very hand of someone who was supposed to love her and protect her. For these reasons, we ask you to rule in favor of this defenseless, devastated woman. Thank you, Your Honor, members of the jury, for hearing her plea.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution calls first witness.
We would like to call Officer Shane to the stand, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Virginia, please come to the stand.
Good morning, Officer Shane. Officer Shane, how old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
Where do you work?
I work as a radio patrol division officer for the Milton County Police Department and also as a security guard.
Officer Shane, what is your work schedule?
I work from Saturday to Tuesday, 4 p.m. to midnight.
Officer Shane, why do you work two jobs?
I need to help support my husband and kids. Also, Christmas was coming up and I wanted to buy Christmas presents for my children.
Officer Cheney, can you please describe for the court your job duties as a police officer?
As a radio patrol division officer, I'm assigned to a part of town where I go patrolling, answering any calls that are dispatched.
What education qualifies you to be professional police officers, Officer Cheney?
I graduated with a degree in criminal justice from South Bend College in Panfield. and took classes at a police academy, and also have put towards 9 hours towards my degree in criminal justice, advanced degree in criminal justice.
Officer Cheney, how long have you worked for the Milton County Police Department?
I've worked for the Milton County Police Department for 7 years.
At this time, I'd like to establish Mrs. Officer Cheney as an expert witness.
An expert in what?
An expert in law enforcement.
Do you have any objections, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Witness is designated as an expert.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to submit into evidence Exhibit E, the incident report of Officer Cheney. I submitted verification by Officer Cheney.
It's right. Counsel, do you have any objections to entering this exhibit as evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Officer Cheney, who is your patrol partner?
My patrol partner is Officer Simmons.
On the night in question, where was Officer Simmons?
Officer Simmons called in sick.
Officer Cheney, why were you working on a Sunday, December 18th, if your regular shift is Tuesday through Saturday?
Next Saturday was Christmas Eve. Working December 18th, 1988 meant I could take that Saturday off to spend with my family.
Can you tell us about your patrol shift night, the night of December 18th, 1988?
I was patrolling the Glenmont area of town when I received a call at 9:50 p.m. of a shooting at shooting at 2437 Rambling Woods Drive, and arrived there at 9:57 p.m.
Officer Cheney, when you arrived at the residence, what did you do?
I exited my vehicle and approached the residence with caution, announcing my presence as I had been trained.
Why did you not go in without backup?
It is standard procedure to enter the scene of shooting without backup. If there is any victims that could possibly be there, that would need medical help.
As you approached the barracks residence, what did you observe?
I observed a woman standing behind the front door, crying. She introduced herself as Lee Porter, the reportee of the crime.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to submit into evidence Exhibit B, the crime scene diagram prepared by Officer Cheney. I submitted for verification by Officer Cheney.
I believe this was already entered into evidence during pretrial motions, but the exhibit is so entered.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Cheney, would you please describe the layout of the house?
There's, as you can see over there, I have drawn a diagram of the living room. You can see the front door and all the other rooms. This diagram is not to scale.
What happened next?
Lee Porter pointed to something in the dining room. She kept crying, pointing to the dining room whenever I asked her what it was. After entering the dining room, I saw a body of a deceased male lying in a pool of blood.
After seeing the lifeless body, what actions did you take?
I checked his pulse and breathing to see if he was still alive. Unfortunately, he was not. I heard screaming, crying, coming from what appeared to be the downstairs bathroom. With Lee Porter's help, I located where the sound was coming from, and found that there was the sound. It was the voice of a woman inside.
What was the? Could you identify the woman inside the bathroom?
I tried to coax the one who appeared to be the wife of the man lying dead in a pool of blood. Her name was Mrs. Barrett. I tried to, but she would not come out of the bathroom, so I had to threaten to break the door down in order to get her out. Finally, she opened up the door and collapsed on the floor.
Was there any other reason to remove Mrs. Barrett from the bathroom?
She kept on saying things like, I didn't mean to hurt John. Why did he have to hurt me so? I loved him. Why did he have to leave? Hearing her imply that she had been hurt, and also that John was the man lying dead, I concluded that she might be in some medical danger. She might have some medical need, and that she was also the murderer of John Barrett with her own words. And so I decided that I would need to question her to make sure and verify my suspicions.
After the defendant opened the door to the bathroom and collapsed on the floor, what did you do then?
With Lee Porter's assistance, I escorted Mrs. Barrett out the front door, around the house, and into the kitchen, where I sat her. All of this was after I revived her and also called a doctor to attend to her.
While the defendant was sitting at the table, what was her demeanor?
Mrs. Barrett kept on crying and saying things like, I didn't mean to hurt John, why did you have to hurt me? So everything she was saying earlier in the bathroom.
What signs of physical abuse did you observe of Mrs. Barrett?
There was none. No bumps, no bruises, no signs of anything.
How did you respond to these ramblings?
He asked her if John had threatened her in any way before she had shot him, and she replied that he had not.
Other than taking the defendant into custody, what other duties did you perform as a professional officer?
As the responding officer, I secured the evidence in the crime scene and also took very many notes as well as going around. And also, I drew the diagram of the house.
Did you, Mrs. Barrett, what else did you do?
I also questioned Mrs. Barrett, and after finishing securing the crime scene and doing all of my duties at the house, I took her to the police station.
Officer Cheney, before you took Mrs. Barrett to the police station, what evidence did you observe in the scene of crime?
I observed a jacket with a belt on top of it, a coffee table, 2 couches. So one of the couches, which I numbered, so the number 2, had a large blood stain on the top of it, on one of the top cushions. And in between those 2 couches was a coffee table with a glass of scotch, full glass of scotch. And I also saw an end table with a glass of wine with lipsticks with lipstick marks on it, and the wine inside it was half drink.
Officer Cheney, did you see any? Were you able to identify the murder weapon at the scene of crime?
There was a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol with a 6-inch barrel and 6 bent rounds next to it.
Could you please describe to the court what you saw on sofa number 2?
On sofa number 2 was a large blood stain on the cushion, implying that John Barrett was sitting and relaxing on the couch when the first shot was fired.
What did the blood trail indicate going from sofa number 2 to the dining room?
The first bit of blood stains on the floor were rather small, indicating that John Barrett was fleeing. And after the door from the living room to the dining room, the blood stains were much larger, indicating that the wounds were being pressed against the ground, and it was consistent with the wounds on John Barrett, implying that John Barrett had been crawling earnestly towards the back door.
Were there any bullets found in the crime scene?
Besides the spent rounds, I also took note of a bullet that was lodged in the wall in between the dining room and the living room. There also was a large blood smear 2 feet above the door handle that belonged to the door that was separating the dining room and the living room, implying that John Barrett was pressing against the door when he was trying to get away from the killer.
Officer Cheney, in your professional opinion, what most likely happened to John as he tried to escape?
After John had been shot the first time while relaxing on the couch, he immediately got up and started to flee. When he almost got near the dining room and opening up the door, he got shot in the right thigh. The next bullet that was fired missed John Barrett and got lodged in the wall. John Barrett pressed against the door in order to open it and collapsed on the floor, where he immediately started struggling and crawling. But he never got there, considering the fact that his body was 2 feet away from the breakfast room.
What other wounds did you observe on the body of the deceased?
On the body of John Barrett, I observed a wound on the left shoulder. Also, it was a wound on the right shoulder. A wound on the right thigh, 2 wounds in the back, and 1 bullet shot to the head.
Where was the final resting spot of the murdered victim?
John Barrett was lying in a pool of blood, located in the dining room, 2 feet away from the breakfast room door that separates the breakfast room door.
What was the condition of the deceased?
The deceased was dead with a white button-down shirt, blue-gray suit pants, black socks, and black knee-tip shoes. I also noticed when I was trying to check his breathing and lifted the body up a little, that the tie was loosened. A black tie was loosened.
What, in your professional opinion, Officer Cheney, what do you conclude were the final actions of the deceased?
The final actions of the deceased, based on evidence, was the deceased crawling towards the kitchen door while the back kitchen door, while the killer ran up behind him and started to shoot him again.
During your investigation of the crime scene, excuse me, other than the body, murder weapon, and sped rounds, what other physical evidence did you see in the dining room?
I saw a crumpled letter in the hand of John Barrett.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to submit into evidence Exhibit G, titled Tootsie Letter. At this time, I submit it for identification by Officer Cheney.
Will the witness please identify the document?
Yes, that is the letter.
Would you go to the closing counsel? Any objections, counsel? No, Your Honor. Thank you. The exhibit is so entered.
Officer Cheney, could you please read the Tootsie Letter for the court?
December 16, 1980. My dearest Tootsie, you will never know how much your love means to me. The first time I saw you in court, I never knew I could not live without you. All these years being married to Barbara have been a living hell for me. As you know, Barbara is really a fine person, but her possessiveness and her drug habits have become a burden I can no longer bear. I have tried all these years to keep it from our friends, but I can try no longer. Please do not think that you have stolen me away from her. Our marriage has been dead for a long time, and I do not wish her ill. I can just not live without you, my wonderful child. And to think that I could have spent the rest of my days in that unhappy marriage had I not met you. I realize that I am older than you by many years, but for the years I have left, I wish to be your husband. Perhaps you will not think me foolish to say that soon we could have children, the ones I so desperately wanted for so many years, but which Barbara would not have. We could be so happy together. Although this may sound overly sentimental, I have shown you a side to me which few people ever see. I love you with my whole being, my darling, as I have never loved before. Please say you will wait for me. I will tell Barbara soon, and will mail this as soon as I find a stamp. All my love, John.
Officer Cheney, what personal items did you find in the Barrett's living room?
I did not find any personal items in the living room.
Officer Cheney, can you tell us why the belt is important to this case?
The belt was lying quite a few yards away from sofa number 2 and was lying on top of the jacket. It is very improbable that John Barrett would come into the living room, threaten Barbara Barrett with the belt, and then toss it aside, have it laying perfectly on the jacket, and sit down to wait for her to shoot him.
Officer Cheney, after investigating the crime scene, what did you do next?
I took Barbara to the police station, and after reading her rights, I had her she gave me her confession statement.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter into evidence. Excuse me, Your Honor. The exhibit has already been entered into evidence. Officer Cheney, could you please read the 7th sentence of paragraph 4 in Mrs. Barrett's confession statement?
The 7th sentence.
The seventh sentence of paragraph 4 in Mrs. Barrett's confession statement, please.
The statement was taken within 30 minutes of her arrival at the police station. Afterwards, she indicated that
Excuse me.
confession statement.
Starting with I could not eat.
Here we are. Sorry about that. I could not eat. So I went into the living room and poured myself a glass of wine. He followed me. I think he was drinking scotch. We argued.
Thank you, Officer Cheney. According to the confession statement, what was Mr. Barrett carrying into the living room?
A glass of scotch.
What else, according to the confession statement, did Mr. Barrett bring?
Nothing.
One last question, Officer Cheney. Why did you take fingerprints on the gun, on the murder weapon?
That is not my job. It is the job of the forensics.
Thank you, Officer Cheney. Your Honor, there are no further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Can cross?
Yes, sir.
You have been working for the Milton County Police Department for 7 years, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your workdays are Tuesday through Saturday from 4 to 12 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You stated in your witness statement that you have plenty of experience and have been called to the site of numerous homicides, isn't that true?
Correct.
You also stated that you have been trained to preserve evidence, correct?
Correct.
Don't you also have a part-time job at the Bank and Trust Company?
I do.
Officer Cheney, working 2 jobs can be physically and mentally exhausting, isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, we are laying foundation as to the state of Officer Cheney's mind on the night of the incident.
Overruled.
Officer Cheney, can you affirm that December 18th, 1988 was not one of your usual work days, but an extra shift, correct?
Yes, it was.
Because Sundays are your usual days off, we can assume that you took an extra shift on top of your already work week, correct?
That is correct.
Officer Cheney, would you assume that you were always correct in your work?
My precision is almost always correct, although I
Okay,
might
thank you, Officer Cheney. Your Honor, at this time, we would like to enter into evidence Officer Cheney's incident report as Exhibit E.
Let's have the witness identify the record, that exhibit the record.
That is my police report.
Go ahead and give it to opposing counsel.
There are no objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. The exhibit is entered into evidence.
Could you tell the jury what time of day this was completed, Officer Cheney?
This report was completed at 1 o'clock.
Is that AM or PM?
It is AM.
So you completed this incident report at 1 o'clock AM, correct?
I'm practically nocturnal, but correct.
Okay, Officer Cheney. Surely after working at the bank, then working at the station, plus the difficult job of parenting, you are a little tired, correct, Officer Cheney?
I'm always full of energy.
Okay, Officer Cheney. Thank you. We would like to look at the accuracy of your report. You are aware that the victim and the suspect have been married for 10 years, correct?
When the murder happened,
Officer Cheney, Please answer with a yes or no question.
Correct.
Yet looking in your report, could you confirm that it was marked by you as an act between two strangers, correct?
It's simply a
Officer Cheney, please answer with a yes or no question.
correct.
We have another question for you regarding what item was found in the hand of the victim as he was lying on the floor. Would you please read the yellow highlighted section from the introduction on your police report?
He was covered with blood and had a piece of paper in his hand.
Thank you. Now could you please read the green highlighted section from the same paragraph?
This pager I removed and tagged as evidence was found crumpled in his right hand.
You agree that there is a profound difference between a piece of paper and a pager, correct, Officer Cheney?
That word
Officer Cheney, please just answer with a yes or no
Counsel,
question.
please let the witness answer the question fully.
It simply was a simple typo, considering that the word pager is actually also very similar to the word page and also to the word paper.
Thank you, Officer Cheney. Your Honor, at this time, we would like to revisit Exhibit A. You drew this diagram of the Barrett's house, correct?
Correct.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you failed to include the back door of the diagram on the Barrett's house?
Objection, relevance.
Counsel, would you like to respond?
Your Honor, we are
We're trying to prove that Officer Cheney made mistakes in his diagram.
Thank you, counsel. Let's have one counsel speak at a time, please. The objection is overruled.
Cheney, Officer Cheney, you led Mrs. Barrett through the front door and then through the back door to the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Officer Cheney, you led Mrs. Barrett through the front door, around the back of the house, and through the back door to the kitchen, correct?
I'll allow it. Please answer the question.
Correct.
So, Officer Cheney, do you assume that the back door and the kitchen is a vital part of this diagram? Correct.
Depends on your view.
Okay, thank you. Officer Cheney, did you read the Miranda warnings to Mrs. Barrett on the night of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Officer, considering how long you've been working on the force and how many police reports you have filed, would you agree that the mistakes on the report and the diagram and the lack of recollection of reading the Miranda rights are due to a lack of rest?
Of course not.
Okay, thank you, Officer Cheney. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Witness is excused. Prosecution, I'd like to call our next witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call witness to the court of the stand.
Ms. Clark is on the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury on this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I did.
How old are you, Ms. Porter?
I am 48 years old.
What is your occupation?
I have worked my whole life as a housekeeper.
How long have you worked with parents?
I have worked for the Barretts for about 6 months.
What were your hours?
I worked from 2 p.m. until 10 at night.
Who works the other hours?
There's another girl who works from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Please explain any other court experiences you may have had.
I was in court one other time when my previous employer accused me of stealing. I didn't do it, but I pled guilty because I didn't have enough money to hire a lawyer.
Describe for the jury any other accusations against you.
Once, Mrs. Barrett accused me of stealing some loose change out of John's drawer, but I did not do it. Mrs. Barrett seems to be a bit paranoid.
What was the home environment like?
The relationship was usually strained. Mr. Barrett and Mrs. Barrett generally agreed when they were talking about their kids. Mr. Barrett came home late all the time, and Mrs. Barrett cried a lot.
Describe Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett loved Mrs. Barrett's kids, and he did have a bad temper sometimes, but he was always nice to me.
Describe an incident of his bad temper.
He once threw a fork in anger because the dish wasn't cooked the way he liked it.
Describe any abuse of Mrs. Barrett by Mr. Barrett.
I never noticed any abuse.
Describe Mrs. Barrett.
Mrs. Barrett loved Mr. Barrett, but she did cry a lot and complained a lot about him coming home late.
Where were you the day of the murder?
I was working for the Barretts.
What did you hear that day?
I heard 3 loud noises like a car backfiring coming from the backyard.
Describe the weapons in the house, if any.
I never knew of any weapons until that day. After I heard the 3 loud noises, I saw Mrs. Barrett come in through a door she never used with a large gun in her hand.
What was Mrs. Barrett doing on the night of the murder before John arrived home?
She was pacing up and down, complaining about Mr. Barrett coming home late.
Describe how it was that you saw Mr. Barrett come home while you were preparing dinner.
Well, when I prepare dinner, I walk back and forth from the kitchen and the dining room. When I'm in the dining room, I can see the front door.
What did you observe when you announced that dinner was ready?
I noticed that the Barretts were at odds. Also, Mr. Barrett said something like, "Now you know, Barbara, I'm leaving you tonight."
What happened after you served the dinner?
I went into the kitchen and cleaned up.
What did you hear?
That's when I heard him say that, "Now you know I'm leaving tonight."
When you went to clean the dishes, where was the defendant?
Barbara was in the living room.
What happened after?
I heard 3 loud noises like a car backfiring, the same 3 noises I had heard that day.
After hearing the shots, what did you do?
I went into the dining room to see what had happened.
What did you see?
I saw Mr. Barrett limping into the dining room with a piece of paper in his hand. His arm was bloody and his leg. The piece of paper was bloody also.
What else did you see besides the wounded victim?
I saw Mrs. Barrett coming in the dining room after him with a large gun in her hand.
What did you do next?
I suddenly ran through the kitchen and out of the house
At what point did you return back into the house?
before the police arrived.
Why did you return back into the house with a potential murder on the loose?
It was very cold outside, and I heard Mrs. Barrett crying, and I needed to go help her.
Objection. Creation to material fact.
I have a response.
No, no, no. What did you observe when you entered the house?
Is the piece of evidence withdrawn?
Yes. What did you observe when you entered the house?
I found Barbara locked in the downstairs bathroom.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Barrett alive?
The last time I saw Mr. Barrett was when he was limping into the dining room with the dreadful with fear on his face, and Mrs. Barrett was coming in after him with a large gun in her hand. That picture is forever burned into my memory.
Thank you so much, Ms. Porter. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. I'd like to possibly examine the witness.
Miss Porter, this is not the first time you have been involved with the law, correct?
Yes.
The law was not in your favor when you were charged of petite larceny, was it?
No.
Miss Porter, you do understand that petite larceny is something that stains someone's character and establishes them as someone who is untrustworthy, correct?
Yes.
So you do admit to having been charged with petite larceny.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying, Miss Porter. You claim you don't mess with other people's business, correct?
Yes.
Yet isn't it true that your witness statement is full of details that in fact do include other people's business?
No.
You said that since you began working for the Barretts, you knew that something was not right, correct?
Yes.
With all due respect, Miss Porter, do you consider their marriage your business?
No.
Did Mr. Barrett have a bad temper around you?
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Porter. Now, I would like to move on to one more subject. You said in your witness statement that you left the Barrett's house after the incident, correct?
Yes.
And you went back, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, ask me to.
I'll allow it.
Since you went back, this must mean that you knew Mrs. Barrett wouldn't harm you in any way. Isn't this true?
I don't know.
Miss Porter, if you saw someone with a gun, you wouldn't approach him or her, would you?
No.
And this is because you would think that they could harm you, correct?
Yes.
Considering these questions, I would like to refer back to my earlier question. Since you went back to the Barrett's residence after the incident, you must have thought Mrs. Barrett would not harm you, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Witness is excused. Prosecution, like to call any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to call up Dr. Joe Army, please.
Doctor, please come to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court of this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Please state your name for the jury.
My name is Dr. Joe Arme.
And what is your occupation, Dr. Joe Army?
I am an ND pathologist.
And what does the pathologist do?
A pathologist is a physician who examines the tissues, checks the accuracy of lab tests, and interprets the results in order to facilitate the patient's diagnosis and treatment. In this case, I was the doctor who performed the autopsy on the deceased, John Walker Barrett.
Dr. May, how long have you been practicing as a pathologist?
22 years.
And how many autopsies have you performed?
I've done over 200.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to establish Dr. Joe Army as an expert witness as a pathologist.
Any objections, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witness is established as an expert.
Dr. May, what can you tell us about the deceased?
The deceased's body was well developed and well nourished, 6 feet 2 inches tall, and weighed 184 pounds.
And how did Mr. Barrett die?
Mr. Barrett died from multiple gunshot wounds.
How many gunshot wounds did you find, Mr. Barrett?
I found 5.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to enter in Exhibit A, the diagram of the body. Dr. May, in which parts of the body did you find gunshot wounds?
I found one in the upper portion of the left shoulder through and through, one in the upper portion of the right leg through and through, penetrating the femoral artery, two in the back slightly to the right of the midline, and one in the posterior portion of the cranium.
And what did you see on the deceased?
The deceased was wearing a white button-down shirt, a tie, blue-gray suit pants, black wingtip shoes, and black socks. I could not find any traces of gunpowder.
And why is the absence of gunpowder marks relevant?
The absence of gunpowder indicates that the shots were fired from more than 2 feet away from the victim, meaning that this is not a victim of suicide.
Dr. May, in your expert opinion, where did the first bullet enter Mr. Barrett's body?
The first shot entered the deceased's biceps brachii because it is the only wound on the front of the deceased's upper body at an 180-degree angle to the victim.
What does this indicate, Dr. May?
This indicates that the shooter would need to be as tall as Mr. Barrett when standing, or that they were seated at the same time the shots were fired.
And how is that?
When standing, a shooter would hold a gun up to a victim. In order to enter at an 180 degrees, the shooter would need to be as tall as the victim for the second bullet. However, when seated, both parties can be different heights, and the shot will still enter at an 180-degree angle.
Why do you think this is the first shot?
This is the first shot because it's the only wound that entered the deceased's body from the front. All the other shots entered the deceased's backside. This indicates that after the first shot, the victim was attempting to flee from the shooter.
And where do you think the second shot entered?
The second shot entered the deceased's biceps femoris at a 25-degree angle, destroying the femoral artery, and exited out the rectus femoris.
What would have been the result of this wound?
This wound would render the victim virtually unable to walk.
And the third?
I was talking with the officer from the crime scene, and she said that they found one of the bullets in the wall of the Barrett's house. I presume this is the third shot.
And where do you think the next bullet entered his body?
The fourth and fifth shots entered the latissimus dorsi and the serratus anterior muscles of the back at a 45-degree angle. One struck the spine, and the other punctured the victim's lungs.
What is significant about these two wounds, Dr. May?
The first thing that is significant is the angle of the wounds, 45 degrees, which indicates that the victim was lying flat on the ground and the shooter was standing at his feet when they fired at him.
And what else?
Both shots would have ended his life because the spinal injury would have rendered the victim virtually unable to move his lower torso, and the punctured lung would eventually fill with blood, thus drowning him.
And where do you think the last shot entered his body?
The final shot entered the right side of the deceased's posterior cranium parietal bone within the cranial cavity, shattering it and leaving no doubt the victim was dead.
And where do you think the angle was?
This shot entered at a 45-degree angle.
And why is that, Dr. May? Or, excuse me, why do you think this was the last shot?
If there was any movement of Mr. Barrett, this shot would have prevented him from moving a single muscle as it destroyed all the neurons in his brain.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Any cross?
Dr. May, you state in your medical report that you examined the body of Mr. Barrett, correct?
Correct.
It also states that you only examined the body, correct?
Correct.
Yet somehow your signature is on the autopsy. Yes?
Yes.
I would like to ask you one more question. It is not possible to tell which order the gun is shot, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Witnesses excused. Any further witnesses?
No further witnesses for the prosecution, Your Honor.
Does the prosecution rest its case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. the defense have any witnesses they'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to call up Dr. Dana McGuire to the stand.
Please raise your hand. Do you affirm that the evidence you shall give to the court and jury on this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Dr. McGuire. Would you please introduce yourself to the court?
Good day. My name is Dana McGuire. I'm 42 years old and I'm practicing psychologist.
What is your area of specialty?
My area of specialty is dealing with abused and battered women.
Dr. McGuire, would you please state your credentials to the court?
I received my bachelor's degree at Campbell State University, where my emphasis was on sociological and psychological dysfunctioning within the family structure. I also received my master's degree in psychology.
Could you give the details of your practice?
I have an active private counseling practice where the majority of my clients are abused and battered women.
Dr. McGuire, have you been an expert witness and participated in a court case prior to this one?
Yes, I have. I have testified in several trials, both civil and criminal. On many occasions, I have been appointed by the court to act as an expert witness.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter Dr. Dana McGuire as an expert in psychology.
Any objections, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witness is designated as an expert.
How many clients have you diagnosed with battered woman syndrome?
Over the past 17 years of my practice, I have interviewed and diagnosed over 300 battered and abused women.
Could you please define a battered woman?
I define a battered woman as one who is subjected to any forceful physical or psychological force by a man against her will.
Thank you. Could you please define a battering couple?
To be classified as a battering couple, the couple must go through at least 2 battering cycles, each of which can be divided into 3 phases.
Dr. McGuire, would you please go into further details of the first phase?
The first phase, which may last for weeks or months, is when tensions mount and there are minor battering instances.
Could you tell the court a little more about the man's anger in this first phase?
The man's anger increases because of his guilt and inability to control his behavior.
Dr. McGuire, what happens to the woman in this phase?
Her anger is also increasing, but she attempts to hide it.
Would you please describe the second phase?
The second phase, also known as the acute battering phase, may last anywhere from a few hours to several days. During this phase, the man unleashes an uncontrollable amount of tension, the result being major physical and psychological destructiveness.
What happens in the third phase?
The third phase is where the man is extremely loving towards his wife.
How do these abusive relationships usually end?
The battering cycle is repeated over and over again until the couple either separates or, as in this case, kills each other.
In your expert opinion, why do women stay in these relationships?
They have internalized what I call learned helplessness.
What do you mean by learned helplessness?
They become extremely dependent on their husband to an unhealthy extent.
Could you further explain the infirmities of a battered woman's frame of mind?
When a battered woman believes that she cannot control what happens, then she seeks refuge in extreme passivity.
Do these women blame their husbands?
No, they do not. They turn their increasing anger upon themselves.
Have you interviewed Barbara Barrett?
Yes, I have.
In your expert opinion, would you consider Barbara Barrett a battered woman?
Yes, she has a classic case of battered woman syndrome.
What was the condition of Barbara Barrett's mind on the night of the incident?
The position a woman in her position was under, she was under an extreme amount of stress. She could no more have controlled her actions that night than she could have controlled the rising and the setting of the sun. It was simply a tragic end to a tragic marriage.
Thank you. Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Thank you, counsel. You cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. McGuire, you started your sessions with the defendant 2 weeks after the murder of John Barrett, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McGuire, you've interviewed hundreds of women, correct?
Yes, I have.
And in that time, would you say that all of them told you the exact truth?
I believe so.
So you have never had a woman you interviewed lie to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that all the women you interviewed for your research were volunteers?
Yes.
Is it true that you did not have a controlled data group for your research study?
No.
Ms. McGuire, isn't it a well-known fact that good research utilizes a control sample to prove one findings are accurate?
Yes.
Ms. McGuire, if the women were all volunteers and you had no control group, is it possible that your findings were biased?
Yes.
And if the results of the data you are using are biased, would it not be possible that your testimony in the case is also biased? Ms. McGuire, in your witness statement, you've referred to a woman who you interviewed who shot and killed her husband. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Before you met with the defendant, were you aware that she stood accused of murdering her husband?
Yes.
In the meetings, you counseled the defendant about spousal abuse resulting from battered woman syndrome.
Yes.
So you agreed to counsel a woman regarding the abuse which she allegedly sustained at the hands of the spouse she is accused of killing, correct? Is she not also paying you to be here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Is your hourly rate to appear in court $150 an hour?
That's correct.
You are the only witness the defense has brought to support the defendant, correct?
That is true.
So your testimony is very important to this case, isn't it, Ms. McGuire?
Yes, it is.
Ms. McGuire, isn't it true that should the defendant be found innocent due to your testimony, the publicity would boost your book sales, resulting in a significant financial gain for you?
I suppose.
Ms. McGuire, do you have the defendant's complete medical records?
Yes, I do.
You met the defendant only 3 times, correct?
Yes.
And for about 3 hours each time?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a total of 9 hours you spent with the defendant.
That's correct.
And in that short amount of time, you diagnosed her as being abused
Yes.
and agreed to testify for her on her behalf?
Yes.
Do you have any documentation or evidence that suggests the defendant is a victim of battered woman syndrome?
Yes.
You do. Do you have any proof of the defendant's psychological abuse?
No.
Your definition of a battered woman is one who is subjected to any forceful physical or psychological behavior by a man against her will, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McGuire, let's be honest. According to your own definition of a battered woman, does the defendant really meet the standards of a battered woman, since you have no hard evidence of her physical or psychological abuse?
Yes.
Is there a possibility that the defendant murdered her husband, then lied in order to convince you that she had battered woman syndrome, in order to prove her innocence?
Yes, there is a possibility.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call up Barbara Allen Barrett.
Ms. Barrett, please come to the stand.
Good day, Ms. Barrett.
Hi.
Will you please introduce yourself to the court?
Of course. Hello, I'm Barbara Allen Barrett. I'm 47 years old.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do. I have 2 wonderful children, Catherine and Todd Michael.
Tell us about how you and Mr. Barrett met.
Well, I first met John at an alumni convention for my old school Vassar in 1978. The instant I met him, I was instantly charmed by his wit and intensity. We talked for several hours until we went outside for a little fresh air. He got a little too comfortable, and I admit we were both a little tipsy, but he pushed me into some bushes and started to get a little fresh.
Did you exit the scene afterwards?
Yes, I didn't want to cause a big scene or anything.
And did you see Mr. Barrett afterwards?
Yes, he apologized profusely and begged me to just see him once, and I did. After that, we dated for 6 months.
Did you and Mr. Barrett get married?
Yes, we had a beautiful beach wedding in Baja California.
Did Mr. Barrett ever abuse you?
Yes.
When did he start abusing you?
About 2 weeks before our wedding, he had come over to my house drunk, and he wanted me to fix him a drink. I made it weak. I didn't want him to be any more intoxicated. I should have known, John doesn't like his drinks weak. He was furious, and he threw it at the wall and started yelling at me. He said I was incompetent, stupid, and condescending. In all his anger, he slapped me in my face. He was very apologetic afterwards. He started crying, and I didn't. I, of course, forgave him.
Did you ever catch Mr. Barrett with other women?
Yes. One time, it was past midnight, and John still hadn't come home from work. I was worried, so I drove over to his office. When I got there, he was on the couch with a young woman. I was so hurt and so upset, I just went straight home. Several hours later, John came back, again furious. He said I shouldn't have been spying on him. I humiliated him in front of that young woman. He started hitting me in my face until the pain was too much and I fell on the floor. And he started to kick me over and over again until I passed out. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital and John was gone.
Did you ever notify the authorities of your beatings?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading question.
Did you ever notify the authorities of your beatings?
Early in our marriage, yes. But John was already gone and there was nothing the police could really do.
Did you seek help anywhere else?
Yes. I went and talked to my minister and he just told me to be docile and forgive him, which of course I did. And I saw some doctors just to help with the pain and they gave me some tranquilizers.
Did you ever feel like your life was in danger during any of the beatings?
Yes. A few days before the incident, John had come up to me. I was in my bedroom at the time, and he came up to me and took off his belt. He started to beat me with it. I knew he was going to kill me, but I luckily got away.
Mrs. Barrett, why did you stay in this relationship?
I love John so much, the thought of being away from him, it hurts. I can never be away from him. I love him so much. We need each other.
Do you blame Mr. Barrett for his past actions?
No. If I just not made his drink weak, been a better wife, obeyed him, he wouldn't have had to hit me and beat me. It's all my fault.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett, for answering these very difficult questions. I would like to move on to another question. It concerns your housekeeper, Lee Porter. She claims there is a private entrance that leads into your home. Is this true?
In all my 24 years of living in my home, I have never seen this private entrance.
I would now like to revisit the night of the incident. What time did John arrive at the house?
About 9 o'clock. He was sober for a change. He came in and we went and talked in the living room for some time. He told me he wanted to leave me. I was confused. We started to argue until we went into dinner.
What happened after that?
Well, I guess I was crying a lot because John told me to leave the room. I went into the living room again and poured myself a glass of wine just to help me think.
Do you remember anything after that?
The only thing I remember after the glass of wine was John walking into the room with the belt he had used previously in his hand. I really thought he was going to choke and kill me. I don't remember anything after that.
What was your first memory after the incident?
Well, the next thing I remember was being in the bathroom and hearing this loud banging on the door. It was Officer Cheney. She was threatening me that she was going to break the door down. I was terrified. First I thought it was John, but it wasn't. I was really terrified. I thought that she was going to hurt me.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Counsel. Any cross?
The prosecution would like to do the cross of Barbara Barrett. Your Honor. Ms. Barrett, according to your testimony today, you mentioned in your testimony you love John. Mrs. Barrett, isn't it true that you also mentioned John needed you?
I guess we were in love.
Mrs. Barrett, just answer the question. Yes.
Counsel, please let the witness answer the question.
We were in love, and when you're in love with someone, don't you need each other?
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question. Yes.
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Barrett, according to your witness statement, after being married to John for only 8 months, you found him in his office with another woman. Is this correct?
Yes. I wasn't satisfying his needs.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question. Just yes.
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Barrett, according to your testimony today, you testified that returning home at 2 a.m., John explained he wouldn't be forced to spend time with other women. Did you feel like John needed you as a wife?
Yeah, we were in love.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
Counsel, please let the witness fully answer the question and you can make your question.
Yes, we were in love. I may have not been beautiful enough for him.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
Did you feel like you fell short of John's needs?
Appearance-wise, I guess.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
The night of the murder, John told you he was leaving you, correct?
Yes.
Earlier in the evening, did John tell you he wanted a divorce?
At dinner, yes.
Mrs. Barrett, do you feel needed as a wife once John told you he was getting a divorce?
Well, I knew his wanting to leave wouldn't
Mrs.
last.
Barrett, please answer the question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Mrs. Barrett, did you feel needed as a wife once John asked you for a divorce?
Not at that moment.
Mrs. Barrett, December 18th, Realizing John did not need you made you extremely upset. Is this correct?
Sad, yes.
Did you argue with John at dinner?
A little, yes.
You left dinner service because you were crying, correct?
John told me to leave, yes.
If you are arguing and crying, you're upset. You were very upset, correct?
Yes.
The night of the murder, you argued with John about his decision to leave that night, correct?
Yes. I didn't want to make a child's
Mrs. Barrett,
mistake.
could you please just answer the question yes or no?
Yes.
You wanted John to think over his decision about you wanted John to think over about his decision to leave because you couldn't live without him. Is this correct?
I love him.
You didn't want any other woman to have your John. Is this correct, Miss Barrett?
Yes. Yes.
Isn't it true you were always worried about his attraction to other women?
Other women being attracted to him, yes. He's a very handsome man.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please answer the question? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you trust John with other women?
What do you mean by that?
I'm asking, did you trust when you were at home alone? Did you trust John being around other women?
Well, when you're in love with someone, you have to
Mrs.
trust them.
Mrs. Barrett, I'd like you to please just answer the question yes or no.
Yes, I trusted him.
So you want the court to believe that seeing a blonde woman alone with your husband on the couch in his office in the middle of the night affirmed your trust in John. Is this correct?
It was his mistake.
Mrs. Barrett,
He
could you
apologized.
please just answer the question yes or no?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Mrs. Barrett, do you want the court to believe that seeing a blonde woman alone with your husband on the couch in his office in the middle of the night affirmed your trust in John?
Yes.
Is it possible finding a blonde woman alone with your husband made you jealous? Is this correct?
Not very much.
Mrs. Barrett, just please answer the question.
Counsel, she did answer the question.
May I ask, Your Honor, may I ask the question once more?
You can ask a different question, and the question was answered.
The night of the murder, there was fighting, desperation. You did what you could to keep your John, is this correct?
By saying that I thought it was a mistake, yes.
Mrs. Barrett, did marrying John benefit your social status in the community?
No, not necessarily.
Mrs. Barrett, isn't it true when you met John, he was a famous prosecutor, having just won a sensational murder case?
You don't marry someone because of their status, sir.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please answer this question yes or no?
Could you please repeat the question?
Isn't it true when you met John, he was a famous prosecutor, having just won a very sensational case?
Yes.
Isn't it true isn't it true John, as a good father, benefited your family in the eyes of the community?
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Barrett, could you please just answer the question yes or no?
Counsel, she can't answer the question if she doesn't understand it.
Did John, okay. May I
Rephrase
repeat
the
the
question
question?
so she didn't understand it.
Was John a good father to your children, Mrs. Barrett?
Yes, they loved him very much.
Was this beneficial to your social status in the community?
No.
So you're saying that John, being the famous person that he was, didn't benefit you at all in your community?
You asked if my children liked him, and if he did well with my children.
Yes, it's true, but I'm asking a different question now, Mrs. Barrett.
Oh, okay.
So, Mrs. Barrett, having John as a good husband and being the famous person that he was, didn't benefit you socially in your social community that you were in?
I guess, but that didn't matter to me.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please answer the question, yes or no?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett. So, Mrs. Barrett, your first marriage only lasted 6 years, is this correct?
Yes, we were meant for each other.
Had John survived, it would have been your second divorce. Is this correct, Mrs. Barrett?
Yes.
In regard to your social reputation, is it not better to be a widow than a divorcee?
That doesn't matter to me.
Mrs. Barrett, in the eyes of the community, would it be better to be divorced a second time than be a widow?
I suppose. At least my husband isn't dead.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please just answer the question, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, moving on. Ms. Barrett, according to your testimony today, the night of the wedding invitation incident, you alleged John hurt you. Mrs. Barrett, did you seek medical attention?
You mean when he pushed me in the bushes?
Mrs. Barrett, could you please answer the question, yes or no?
I'm sorry, I'm asking for clarification.
Mrs. Barrett.
Counsel, please clarify the question first. She's not sure which incident you're talking about.
I'm talking about the first incident before the wedding.
Oh, thank you.
Did you, Mrs. Barrett, did you seek medical attention?
No, it was only a slap to the
Mrs.
face.
Mrs. Barrett, please just answer the question, yes or no.
No.
Mrs. Barrett, did you call the police?
Not at that time, no.
Did you tell your parents?
No?
Did you call off the wedding?
No, he promised it wouldn't happen again.
You alleged abuse, Mrs. Barrett. Yet, there is no one who witnessed any of this physical abuse. Is this correct?
No one to witness, no.
Mrs. Barrett, 8 months after the wedding, you went to the hospital for an injury. Is this correct?
Yes.
You told everyone you fell down the stairs. Is this correct?
Yes. I didn't want to embarrass you.
Mrs. Barrett, please just answer yes or no. Mrs. Barrett, did you really fall down the stairs?
No, I did not.
So, Mrs. Barrett, so you lied to the medical staff. Is this correct?
Yes, I did.
Mrs. Barrett, you testified that 2 weeks before the murder, you hit your head on the bathtub. Is this correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, isn't it true you were prescribed tranquilizers to cope with your pain?
With my pain, yes.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question, yes or no.
Counsel, she did answer her question.
Is it possible an overdose of your tranquilizers may have caused you to pass out?
I didn't overdose. But it
Mrs.
could
Barrett.
possibly, yes.
So you could have accidentally caused your own head injury. Is this correct, Mrs. Barrett?
I suppose.
Mrs. Barrett?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett. It's possible, due to your own actions, John was falsely accused of a crime he did not commit. Is this correct, Mrs. Barrett?
The crime being him beating me,
Yes. Is this correct? Yes.
John did beat me, sir.
Mrs. Barrett, would you please answer my question?
Could you repeat the question, please?
It's possible, due to your own actions, John was falsely accused of a crime he did not commit. Is this correct?
No.
Hitting your head on a bathtub, did you go unconscious?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, did you seek medical attention?
Yes, I did.
When, Mrs. Barrett, when you came to, did you call the police?
Yes.
Did you inform them of your head injury?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, Did you tell the police of the alleged domestic violence?
I did, but John was
Mrs.
already
Barrett?
gone.
Please answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, did you ask the police, did the police ask you if you were physically all right?
Yes.
Did the police come to your aid?
I suppose, yes.
How?
Well, they checked if my head was okay and if I was going to have a concussion. And then they checked just to see if my bones were okay and if nothing was broken.
Mrs. Barrett, doesn't it say in your statement that the police only called you to see if you're all right?
Well, seeing if I'm all right is checking if I have a concussion, sir.
But you said in your witness statement that the police called. There is no mention in your witness statement that they actually came over to check up on you physically. Is this
They
correct?
called on Skype.
Mrs. Barrett, isn't this the year 1988?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, I don't know what this Skype thing is. I'm not sure.
Oh, well, see, I'm very high class, so I have a lot of money, and sometimes I'm allowed to see very expensive things that aren't introduced to the lower public.
Mrs. Barrett. Mrs. Barrett. Your Honor, can we establish that there was no such technology during the year 1988?
Any objections, counsel? No objections.
Sorry, Your Honor. Mrs. Barrett, so Mrs. Barrett, it's true that as an abused, injured woman, you want us to believe the police ignored coming to your house. Is this correct? Coming to your house and checking up on you. Is this correct?
Well, they talked to me on the phone.
Mrs. Barrett,
Yes?
let me repeat the question. Mrs. Barrett, as an abused, injured victim, you want us to believe the police ignored coming to your aid. Is this correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett. So, once again, no one saw any evidence of physical abuse on your body due to this incident. Is this correct?
Magic of concealer.
Mrs. Barrett, can you please just answer the question, yes or no?
No.
Mrs. Barrett, according to your testimony today, you mentioned in your witness statement, according to your testimony today, 2 days after the tub incident, John beat you with a belt. Did you seek any medical attention?
No.
Did you report it to the police?
No.
Did you remain silent as John beat you?
Yes. Didn't remember
Your
anymore.
housekeeper was at the house during that time, correct?
I believe so.
Did the housekeeper come to help you?
No, she doesn't like to get in other
Mrs.
people's
Barrett,
business.
please just answer the question, yes or no.
No.
Isn't it true no one saw any physical evidence of this alleged meeting as well?
Yes.
So it is possible there was no meeting at all. Is this correct?
No.
Mrs. Barrett, if no one came to your aid and nobody was there to witness this alleged meeting, we can conclude that there was no meeting. Is this correct?
Sure.
Mrs. Barrett, when you came to the living room, did you pour a glass of scotch?
I poured a glass of wine for myself.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please answer the question, yes or no?
No? don't remember very well.
Isn't it true you poured, Mrs. Barrett, according to your witness statement, you poured a glass of wine? Is this correct?
Yes.
John was drinking scotch that night, is that correct?
Yes.
So John followed you in a room with a glass of scotch, is this correct?
That was in that room when we talked earlier.
Mrs. Barrett, it's in your confession statement that John followed you with a glass of scotch, is this correct?
Is it?
Mrs. Barrett, could you please go to your fourth paragraph and read, could you please go to your confession statement and read the fourth paragraph, please?
Sure, is it? Yes,
It's in the confession
oh,
statement.
here it is, sorry. I was looking ahead. Which line?
Fourth paragraph, if you please.
Which paragraph? All of it?
Yes.
Okay. On the night of the shooting, John came home around 9. He told me he wanted a divorce and that he wanted to marry someone else. We both went into dinner and talked more about the divorce. I remember I was crying a lot. I could not eat, so I went into the living room and poured myself a glass of wine. He followed me. I think he was drinking scotch.
Mrs. Barrett, thank you, that's enough. So John followed you in with a glass of scotch, according to your own confession statement. Is this correct?
Yeah?
Mrs. Barrett, in your witness statement, you said Mr. Barrett came in with a belt in his hands. Is this correct?
Yes.
You testified in your confession statement he followed you in with a glass of scotch, Mrs. Barrett. Today you testified that John was carrying a glass of scotch as he followed you in the room. So, Mrs. Barrett, tell us the truth. Which item did John come in the living room with?
Sir, John
Glass
has
of
two
scotch or a
hands.
belt?
Both. John has two hands.
All right. Thank you. When John came into the living room, as you were drinking, you claim you felt threatened. Is this correct, Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
You were on the other side of the room, nearest to the front door. Is this correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, as John approached you, you could have escaped through the front door?
Yes, but I'm going to be
Mrs.
docile.
Barrett, just please answer the question. Please.
Counsel, please don't interrupt the witness. Let her finish answering the question and then you make your objection.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be docile because I've tried to run away once and it just angered him more.
Did you try to leave at all?
That night, no.
Isn't it also true you had a glass of wine in your hand when John approached you?
I'd set it down on the counter next to me.
Okay. Mrs. Barrett, did you scream when John approached you?
No.
So when John was coming in to the living room with a bell in his hand, you weren't afraid of him, is this correct?
I was very afraid, but I didn't scream.
Okay. You didn't leave, you didn't try to protect yourself, you didn't scream. Isn't it possible John was not threatening to you at all?
I don't think so, no.
Interesting. So you were in the locked bathroom when the police came, is this correct?
Yes.
Officer Cheney asked you to unlock the door, correct?
I don't remember very well.
You both agreed somehow the bathroom door was open, correct?
Yes, after he
Mrs.
threatened
Barrett.
to knock it down, I opened it.
Exiting the bathroom, you collapsed, is this correct?
Yes.
Is this correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true Officer Cheney was the one who came to the rescue and revived you?
The medical doctors did.
Did he provide any care? Did he provide the doctor?
I think the police department did.
Mrs. Barrett, Officer Cheney was the only officer who responded to the murder that night, isn't it possible that Officer Cheney could have been the one who called the doctor?
Yes.
If John came in the living room with a belt to abuse you, you would have some sort of signs of abuse. Is this correct?
He hadn't hit me yet with the belt that day.
So isn't it true there was no abuse that night, correct?
That hadn't happened yet. Physical abuse.
Mrs. Barrett. Mrs. Barrett, isn't it true you have the financial means to purchase a gun?
I guess.
Mrs. Barrett, you're a very rich woman with trusts from your father's account. Is this correct?
Yes, I can purchase a gun if I would like to.
Did you get a gun for protection?
It wasn't my gun, it was John's.
Mrs. Barrett, could you please answer the question, yes or no?
Could I or did I?
Did you get a gun for protection?
Objection. This question requires the witness to create material fact. Any response?
No, Your Honor. I'd like to move on. Did you practice shooting John's gun before the night of the murder?
No.
Where was the gun before the shooting time occurred?
I don't remember. I had, sorry. I said in my witness statement, I don't remember anything happening after John came into that room with the belt. So I don't know where I could have
Mrs.
gotten
Barrett,
it.
okay. Mrs. Barrett, did you shoot your gun? Did you shoot John with a fully loaded .38 caliber pistol?
I believe so.
So that's the yes. This is correct.
Yes.
It's true you were sitting on sofa one, drinking your wine when John came in from the dining room. Is this correct?
Yes.
John was facing me when you shot him. Is this correct?
I don't remember anything. I tried to, but I can't.
So he was walking backwards from the dining room. Was he walking and was he walking from any direction from the dining room?
You mean when John walked into the room?
When you were sitting on the couch, when John walked into the room, what direction were you facing him?
I was on the couch, sitting this way. I turned my head to look at him walking, and that's all I remember.
So it's true John was facing you when you came in. Is this correct?
Well, kind of.
Mrs. Barrett, if you're facing someone and your head turns, is John facing you?
Yes.
Okay. So it's true. Okay. According to your witness statement, you don't remember shooting John, correct?
No.
Mrs. Barrett, didn't you just testify you remember John facing you as you shot him?
No, I did not.
Mrs. Barrett, you did just testify that he was facing you when you shot him, correct?
No, I said that when he came into the room, he was facing toward me. But I said, when you asked that question, that I don't remember anything after he walked into the room.
Okay. Isn't it true John did not choke you before you allegedly shot him?
No, he did not yet. At least to my memory.
You do not remember.
I don't remember him doing that. No.
You don't have any bruises on your neck, is this correct?
I can't really see him.
Mrs. Barrett, during the night you shot your husband, you didn't have any bruises on your neck, is that correct?
No.
The doctor in the kitchen didn't observe any bruises, is this correct?
I don't know.
There was no physical evidence of choking the night of John's death, is this correct?
He hadn't yet choked me to my recollection, as
Mrs. Barrett.
I stated earlier.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question, yes or no.
No.
Did John beat you with the belt the night of his murder? Night of his murder.
No, 2 days before.
So based on physical evidence, John did not abuse you the night he was murdered, correct?
No.
After the first shot, did you follow him into the Did you follow John into the dining room, shooting him?
I don't know. I don't remember anything after he walked into that room. I've been trying. I can't.
Mrs. Barrett, okay. Mrs. Barrett, you say you can't remember anything after shooting John.
No. After he
So-
walked into the room with a belt.
Mrs. Barrett, please answer the question. Did you see Lee Porter while you were holding the gun at John?
I don't remember anything after he walked into that room, so I can't really answer that question.
Okay. John, there will be no more further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Witnesses excused. Defense counsel has made the closing statement.
Your Honor, members of the jury, I would first like to remind you that Mrs. Barrett is assumed innocent until proven otherwise. I would also like to remind you that it is the state's job to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Mrs. Barrett is not innocent. They have not accomplished this impossible task. Mr. Barrett began his cycle of abuse the moment he met Mrs. Barrett. He beat her for 10 horrifying years. All the emotion and fear that had collected inside of Mrs. Barrett had burst forth, and her actions could not be controlled, as stated by Dr. McGuire. The temporary insanity had blocked Mrs. Barrett's memory. She remembered nothing but someone yelling and threatening her. Miss Lee Porter's testimony should not even be considered due to her past history concerning petite larceny. Petite larceny is a crime that can establish someone as untrustworthy and stains that person's character. Miss Lee Porter stated in her exam that she went back to the Barrett's house after the incident because she knew Mrs. Barrett would not harm her. The officer on the scene, Officer C.M. Cheney, was exhausted because she was overworked. So exhausted that she failed to include a back door in the diagram of the Barrett's residence. This comes to prove that she was not paying attention to details while collecting evidence. Mrs. Barrett was temporarily insane due to battered woman syndrome on the night of December 18, 1988. The state has not proven that Mrs. Barrett was not temporarily insane. Mrs. Barrett pleads for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution?
Your Honor, members of the jury, John Walker Barrett is dead.
who was shot 5 times with a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol fired by the defendant, Barbara Barrett. The first 4 shots were sufficient enough to end his life. However, the jealous wife was not satisfied. After pursuing her husband from the living room to the dining room, she finally shot him with an execution-style shot to the head. Bang! The defendant, intent on murder, fired the final shot. My name is Sienna Hicks. I am the lawyer for the prosecution. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury and our honorable judge, thank you again for your valuable time and attention in this case. Your job is very important. John Walker Barrett has been murdered. We have proven to you that his wife, Barbara Barrett, was his murderer. Now we need your help. Recall that on the night of December 18, 1988, the defendant paced the halls of her home impatient, wondering why her husband was late again. You have heard the testimony of Lee Porter, Barrett's housekeeper, who testified that Mr. Barrett arrived home around 9 o'clock. He set his briefcase down, walked further into the living room, and took off his coat and belt and tossed them on the floor. Miss Porter then testified that John and Barbara exchanged harsh words, and by the time they entered the dining room for dinner, the tension between them was running high. Miss Porter has also testified that the defendant and Mr. Barrett often argued. She testified that during dinner, the couple continued to argue, and as her anger mounted, the defendant stormed the living room alone. Moments later, the unsuspecting John Barrett entered the living room and sat down on the sofa across from the enraged defendant. At this point, the defendant confronts John with a letter he wrote to his mistress. This letter detailed the fact that Mr. Barrett wanted to leave the defendant and marry someone else. This letter also details the defendant's drug habits and possessiveness. Lee Porter then testified that she heard gunshots coming from the living room. Bang! Dr. Joe May has testified that the first shot penetrated John's left shoulder. Bang! The second shot hit John in the upper portion of his right thigh. Bang! The defendant's third shot misses Mr. Barrett as she pursues him into the dining room. At this point, Lee Porter testified that she saw John limping, bloody, and scared into the dining room with the defendant in pursuit, wielding a gun. Bang! Bang! The defendant fired 2 more shots, which hit John in the back. He finally stumbled to the ground, and yet to make sure that John was dead, the defendant stood over the defendant, took aim, and bangs. She fired the final bullet, which fragmented inside his cranium. This execution-style shot accomplishes the defendant's goal, a murder of her husband. Don't be deceived by her innocent stature. The murder had one goal that she accomplished. Lee Porter also testified that earlier that same day, she heard gunshots coming from the backyard, and shortly after that, the defendant entered the house from the backyard, holding a gun. Obviously, the defendant was practicing shooting her gun in preparation for the murder of her husband. Don't be deceived, because she obviously was meditating on the perfect way to end her husband's life. You've also heard the testimony of Officer C.M. Cheney, who was the first responder to the scene of the murder. She has testified that she found Lee Porter waiting at the door, and the defendant inside the house, locked in the downstairs bathroom, crying hysterically. I didn't mean to hurt him. Officer Cheney further testifies as the contents of her police report and the fact that she did administer Miranda rights to the defendant, who voluntarily signed her confession. Don't be deceived, as you have seen the defense has tried to make the defendant sound like the victim, or perhaps that someone else committed the murder. Again, don't be deceived. I ask that you please listen carefully to the evidence we have presented, evidence that proves without a doubt that the defendant, Barbara Barrett, is guilty of murdering her husband. I didn't mean to hurt John. Are these the words of an innocent person? After the presentation of this evidence, we have no other choice than to conclude that on December 18, 1988, the defendant executed a premeditated attack on her husband, shooting him to death. We are asking the court to find the defendant guilty of murder. Don't be deceived by the defense's lies. Barbara Barrett is guilty. The prosecution rests its case.
At this time, the jury and the judge will deliberate in the jury room and will return shortly. Will the bailiff please bring us all of the exhibits that have been entered into evidence into the room? May be seated. We have reached a verdict in the case against Ms. Barrett. Will the defendant please rise? The state of South Carolina finds the defendant guilty of murder. At this time, I would like to thank all of the participants for doing an amazing job. And if you'd like feedback from anyone, I'm here to talk. Anyone who wants specific feedback, have lots of comments, but I think you both did an amazing job. Round of applause.
Okay. We now break for lunch. You're dismissed.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. We are in criminal court here in Milton County, South Carolina. The case is South Carolina versus Barbara Allen Barrett. My name is Annette Salazar, and I'm going to be the presiding judge in this case. In U.S. criminal trials, it's the prosecution's burden to prove every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Since there is no jury in this case, the judge will be deciding the verdict. At this time, I'd like to ask each side to stand up and identify themselves, please. Starting with the defense.
My name is Barbara Allen.
My name is Max Brown.
My name is Joshua Lawrence.
My name is Tiana Hicks. And my name is Leah Denville.
Morgan Counsel.
I'm Noah Ross.
And my name is Gabriel Legret.
Good afternoon, counsel. Would the prosecution please state the charge in the case?
Your Honor, Barbara Barrett is guilty with murder of the first degree.
Thank you, counsel. And how does the defendant plead?
We play not guilty.
By reason of what?
No, it is not.
Okay. Any pre-trial motions?
The defense would like to call Jackson Nino concerning Barbara's confession statement.
Call who?
Jackson Nino concerning the confession statement.
Will the counsel please bring up the exhibit that you'd like to exclude from evidence?
Yes.
Will you please show opposing counsel the exhibit, and counsel, please tell me if you have any objections to excluding this exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're okay with excluding this exhibit?
No, sorry.
Just to clarify, are you objecting to excluding this exhibit?
Yes, we are.
Yes, counsel. You can go ahead and call your witness.
I would like to call our first witness, Barbara Barrett, to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the evidence you shall testify to the court and to the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the whole truth?
I did.
Please to the witness.
station on December 18th, 1988?
I don't know, but some people informed me that it was Officer C.M. Cheney.
Could you tell us how you were feeling at the police station?
I was so upset and confused. I still have a very hard time remembering that horrible night.
Please explain to the court why you were confident and were not advised of your Miranda rights.
If I knew that I was suspected for the murder of my own husband, I would have called my attorney immediately, because I did not kill my husband.
Your signature is on the confession statement, Mrs. Barrett. How can you explain that?
I cannot explain it, but I would have never signed something to the murder of my own husband. I love John. I would never ever do anything to hurt him.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Would you like to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mrs. Barrett, Officer Cheney didn't threaten you at any time during your confession, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Did he threaten you at any time?
I don't know.
Okay. The statement says that you signed, the confession says that you signed it voluntarily. Is this true?
I don't remember.
You don't remember signing something?
No.
Voluntarily. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Any other comments from counsel regarding this exhibit?
That is all, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the counsel's objection to this exhibit, and it will be admitted into evidence if either party wishes it to be so. Any other pretrial motions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we start with opening statements, and I believe prosecution's going first.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, ladies of the jury. I'm Noel Ross, and to my right is my colleague, Gabriel McGray. We have come before you today to defend the people of Haddonfield as the people of Haddonfield. We come here to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Barbara Barrett, the defendant, was jilted, planned to kill, and killed. John Walker Barrett came home late on the night of December 18, 1988, and announced that he wanted a divorce, and that he was leaving his wife, the defendant, for another woman. This announcement would ultimately end in his untimely death. This announcement so enraged the defendant that she took up a gun and began a shooting rampage directed at her own husband. This violent act began as he sat defenseless in his own living room. He was no threat to her that night. He was shot, not once, not twice, but 5 times before he was hit with the final shot to the back of his head. It was fatal. By no means was Mr. Barrett the perfect spouse. However, no amount of infidelity or breaking of the marriage vows justifies murder. Through the examination of 3 key witnesses, which include the first officer on the crime scene, the pathologist who performed the autopsy, and the Barrett's traumatized housekeeper who witnessed the horrific act, we will prove that the defendant is guilty of murder. To prove malice aforethought, Lee Porter, the housekeeper, will testify to the fact that the defendant was seen earlier the day of the murder practicing with the very gun she later used to wound and kill her husband. Dr. May will prove that the victim was killed when he was utterly defenseless. He was shot as he lay prone on the floor, face down in a pool of his own blood. The first police officer on the scene will testify to the facts, and to one in particular, that the defendant began shooting her husband as he sat defenseless, on a couch. These witnesses and their testimonies will prove that the defendant killed her husband with malice aforethought, is guilty of murder, and should be treated as such. You will hear she loved him. Love does not kill. Thank you, Your Honor, members of the jury.
Thank you, counsel. Defense counsel.
Barbara Barrett sat at her kitchen table in shock after seeing her husband lying dead on the ground. Officer Sam Cheney sits next to her. He asks incriminating questions, expecting answers from my confused client. Mrs. Barrett found herself in a situation no upstanding citizen would expect. Her shock and confusion prevented her from fully grasping the questions, and when she answered, she didn't realize how her words were being taken. Someone had shot and killed her beloved husband. That was all she could grasp. How was she supposed to know that she was in the process of being framed? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client, Barbara Barrett, and I thank you for participating in this trial. My name is Ms. Denton, and it is my honor to represent Barbara Barrett. My co-counsels, Mr. Brown, Ms. Hicks, and Mr. Lawrence, will work with me as we demonstrate that Mrs. Barrett did not shoot her husband. Instead, she's had to suffer through the loss of a husband and the loss of her freedom. She's been accused of doing the unthinkable, shooting the love of her life. I will show you that Mr. Barrett, being a successful lawyer, had many enemies. Yet no one except our client seemed to have even been considered as a suspect. What if someone else were offered a great deal of money to commit a murder and frame it on someone else? The point is that this was never considered. From the very beginning, my client has been wrongfully accused, and the assumption that she committed the murder has tainted all of the evidence and twisted the facts of the case. The prosecution will shoot many blanks during this trial. They will explain that my client was seen with a gun. The facts will show that this witness, the only witness to the crime, is Lee Porter. She has consistently made inconsistent statements about this case. Evidence will show that Ms. Porter has a criminal record. Yet Officer Cheney never considered the possibility of another suspect to commit a crime the night he arrested my client. The prosecution will try to use evidence found by the coroner to incriminate Barbara. But this is another blank shot by the prosecution. Neither the coroner nor the officer can prove who killed Mr. Barrett. Me and my client love more than words can explain. They can only prove the process in which he was killed. They will also fire a blank and say, attempt to use my client's words against her. But we will show that she never confessed to the murder. Instead, the reporting officer asked my client leading questions while she was under great duress. My client had no idea that she was being led to say and how it would be used against her. You will show that Mrs. Barrett was head over heels in love with John, and her love was on, even though her spouse was not. Their lives were not perfect. In fact, you'll hear of an incident where her husband physically abused Barbara so badly, she ended up in the hospital. Yet, the next day, Barbara quickly returned to him. When her hospital room was filled with flowers and the phone rang hourly with calls from John, pleading his remorse and promising never again to abuse her. Barbara loved him too much to give up on their marriage and forgave him. You will hear that the Barrett's marriage had its ups and downs, but Mrs. Barrett persevered through it all and even gave up her fundraising activities so that she could spend more time with her husband. You will hear about the night that would change a life and take a life. December 18, 1988. The facts will show that on that night, Barbara Barrett was in the living room,
sitting on the sofa. She will testify that her last recollection was when John came into the living room with the belt in his hands. Dr. Dan McGuire, a practicing psychologist, will testify to the fact that Barbara could have fainted and been unconscious while the murder happened. She will also testify that the next thing she remembered was the sound of footsteps and the sound of a man's voice, who introduced himself as Officer C.M. Cheney. At which point, testimony will show that Barbara again collapsed on the floor, where she awoke a little while later. Barbara will testify that there were 3 people hovering around her: the doctor, Officer C.M. Cheney, and the reporter. Our first witness to the stand is an expert psychologist, Dr. Dan McGuire. Our second witness is Barbara Barrett herself. This woman is a mother of 2 and loved John with all her heart. This woman, as I said before, is not guilty. Killing the love of her life would be unthinkable. She has confidence in our judicial system and hopes that she will not be let down. Facts are indisputable that during the night in question, my client was shocked and confused and unable to know what she was saying. I ask you, the jury, if you were just to see your dearest love lying dead in a pool of blood, ran to hide in your distress, only to have those who were supposed to protect you accuse you of that unthinkable murder, would you be thinking clearly? And how would you feel if you were now on trial for that unspeakable crime, based entirely on the words you said in that moment of great distress? The prosecution wants you to trust a witness who is a thief with a criminal record, while you discredit an upstanding citizen and devoted wife. Truth is truth. For my client, Barbara Allen Barrett, the truth is that she's innocent. Entirely innocent. Completely innocent. Her only crime was too much love.
Thank you, counsel. All right, can we start with the prosecution's first witness?
Your Honor, I would like to call Officer C.M. Cheney to the stand.
Mr. Cheney.
Do you affirm that the evidence you have testified to the court and to the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, the whole truth? Yes.
Good morning, officer. Please state your full name and occupation to the court.
My name is C.M. Cheney, and I am a police officer with the Haddonfield Police Department.
Officer, do you have a family?
Yes, I do. I have a wife and 2 kids.
Can you please tell us where you went to college?
I attended the South Bend College in Haddonfield, South Carolina, where I earned my degree in criminal justice.
Thank you. How long have you been working with the police force?
I've been working with the Radio Patrol Division for 7 years now.
And what are your regular hours of duty?
My hours of duty are from 4 o'clock p.m. to 12 a.m. Tuesday through Saturday.
And in the past, Officer Cheney, how many homicides have you had the opportunity to deal with?
Frankly, I've lost count. I've dealt with many emergencies, and many have involved homicides.
Thank you. And whenever you arrive first at the scene of a homicide or one of these emergencies and need to question the suspect, what is the first thing an officer is to do?
We're to read them their Miranda rights.
Your Honor, at this time we would like to establish C.M. Cheney as an expert witness.
Defense counsel, any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is established as an expert.
On the night of December 18th, you received a call. Can you please describe the call and what you found upon its arrival?
I received a call at 9:50 p.m. and arrived at the scene shortly thereafter, where I was met by a wee porter. She was hysterical and crying and led me into the house, pointing to a bloody mess. It was the body of John Walker Barrett.
Your Honor, at this point, we would like to bring into evidence Exhibit 1, the diagram that Officer Cheney drew of the crime scene.
Yes, I do that.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. The exhibit is entered into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Officer Cheney, could you please once more acknowledge and confirm that you are the person who drew up this diagram?
Yes, I do that.
Looking at this diagram, can you please describe in greater detail the scene of the crime?
Well, as you can see, the main activity of the crime that night occurred in the living room and was finished in the breakfast room leading to the kitchen.
Officer, could you please clarify something for us in regards to the drawing of this diagram? Testimony will later be given by another of our witnesses as to a back door that leads out from the kitchen to the backyard. Yet we do not see that you included such a back door in this picture. Would you mind explaining your decision to leave this out?
I decided to leave it out because most of the activity that night occurred in the south side of the house, and you'll also notice that I did not include any furnishings in the north side of the house or paintings on the wall or anything like that.
Thank you, officer. From your description of the house, do you think you could give an account of what occurred that night?
Well, it appeared as though Mr. John Barrett was sitting on the couch when the first shot was fired. From there, he must have tried to get away from the suspect, going into the kitchen and therefore the breakfast room. He tried to escape, but unfortunately the suspect did not stop, but instead continued to fire.
Can you please tell us how many bullets are in the Smith & Wesson pistol?
There are 6 bullets in a Smith & Wesson pistol.
And how many bullets were fired from a gun of that type that night?
6 bullets.
Thank you. In your own expert opinion, from what you just announced, can you please tell the jury what one might conclude about the defendant who has supposedly done the shooting?
She was not going to stop until her husband was dead.
This time, Your Honor, we'd like to submit into evidence the diagram that notes the location of each bullet fired on the body as drawn by Dr. Mick as Exhibit 2.
Please identify that for the record.
Yes, that's the diagram.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. The exhibit is entered as Exhibit 2.
Can you please describe the wounds as you saw it that night?
Well, I saw in the body that there were bullets, and they were in his leg, arm, and head. He was laying down and facing the kitchen.
Thank you. Can you please tell us if there was any evidence lying by the body?
There was. I discovered a Smith & Wesson pistol lying near the deceased, and I also found a crumpled paper in his hand.
Thank you. Officer, did you find out what the crumpled piece of paper was and what it stated?
Yes, because I tagged it as evidence, it was a letter to a mistress, and in this letter, Mr. Barrett addressed his mistress, telling the recipient, whom he named Tootsie, that he was going to leave Mrs. Barrett due to her unrelenting drug and alcohol habits, and that he had plans to marry the recipient of the letter.
Thank you, officer. Going back to Exhibit 1, you noted that there was a man's belt and jacket on the floor. Was the belt close enough for John Walker Barrett to use as a weapon against his wife?
Not at all. It was closer to the defendant than it was to John Walker Barrett.
Thank you. At the time of the investigation, where was the defendant?
I found her in the downstairs bathroom where she had locked herself in.
Officer Cheney, could you please describe to the jury what the suspect was doing in the bathroom and what she said to you?
I do remember her telling me that she had not meant to do anything harmful to John Walker Barrett, that John Walker Barrett had not done anything harmful to her before she had shot him.
Thank you. When she came out of the bathroom, did she appear physically hurt in any way?
No.
In conclusion, can you please give a whole picture summarization of the scene?
Well, it looks as though Mr. John Barrett was sitting on the couch, and then the defendant shot the bullet, which hit the sofa and hit, or sorry, the first bullet was hit him, and then the next bullet was hit in the couch, and then from there it is very hard to discover what order the bullets were fired. Then he ran into the dining room, and from there into the breakfast, nearly into the breakfast room where he was killed.
Thank you, officer. Officer, did you have a chance to review your incident report and notes prior to this trial?
Yes, I did.
Objection or question?
Sustained.
Thank you, Officer Cheney, for your dedicated service to the people of Haddonfield. No further questions. Good morning. Mrs. Barrett passed out at her home and you had to revive her. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you notice her unstable emotional condition?
She did seem a little bit unstable.
You even had to call a doctor to see her at her home, correct?
Yes.
Despite her fragile condition, you took Mrs. Barrett to the police station for further questioning.
Yes, that is my duty.
Officer Cheney, Mrs. Barrett has testified that she was still distraught at the police station. Still, you pressured her into writing and signing a statement, did you not?
No.
Officer Cheney, is it true that you entered the crime scene without backup?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was the killer still in the house?
From what I could tell, it appeared as
Sam
though...
Cheney, I would like a yes or no answer.
Yes.
So you entered a house with a known killer inside?
Yes.
Officer Cheney, is it true that you removed the letter from the hand of John Barrett?
Yes, I did.
Isn't it true that you removed the gun also?
Yes.
Would this be considered tampering with evidence before the forensics team was able to secure the crime scene?
No.
Is there anyone else in this court who saw the letter? I'd like a yes or no question. Answer.
I don't know.
The signature on the letter has been verified on Mr. Barrett's as Mr. Barrett's signature, correct?
Yes.
I would like to remind you that in the evidence, in the paper of stipulated facts, it has said that the signature on the letter was not verified.
I was aware of this.
Counsel, would you point me to which paragraph of the stipulated facts you're referring to? Yes.
Your Honor, in the Court of General Sessions of Lincoln County, North Carolina, page 36, it says that all signatures on the witness statement, medical examiner's report, and confessions with the officer's warnings are in fact. It does not say the Tootsie letter signature was attempted, Your Honor.
Counsel. Go ahead and proceed.
So anyone could have written this letter, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
Even you?
No, I wasn't there.
Officer Cheney, Why did you think it was okay to cause evidence contamination and break rules?
Because that is what I'm supposed to do. Remove evidence.
Okay. On the diagram, you drew the living room with the jacket and a belt next to it, correct? In your incident report, the belt was on the jacket, correct?
Yes.
Officer Cheney, reporter testified in her witness statement that she went out the back door. Yet there is no back door in your diagram, correct?
Yes.
Is this diagram accurately drawn?
Yes.
So it is normal to have 15-foot long couches and 10.5-foot long belts?
I was enlarging the scene. Yes.
I would now like to submit into evidence the incident report. Exhibit C.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did the witness identify the document?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did that.
The exhibits entered into evidence as exhibit 3. You do.
Can you please read the last sentence of the incident report?
When I asked her if her husband had threatened her in any way before she had shot him, she stated that he had not.
No one can answer that type of question and have it not be incriminating, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Officer Cheney, you first found Barbara Barrett in the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
Let's retrace your steps with Barbara Barrett. You took her through the living room, past her husband's dead body, and into the kitchen, where you questioned her?
No, I took her from
Okay, thank you, Sam Cheney.
Counsel, let the witness answer the
All right.
question.
I took her from the bathroom, and then I took her. Oh wait, sorry. Yes, I did do that. Sorry.
Thank you. At the time you arrived, Lee Porter had greater access to the gun. Excuse me. Was Lee Porter by the front door?
Yes.
Was Barbara Barrett at the scene of the crime?
No.
Was Barbara locked in the bathroom?
Yes.
Officer Cheney, when Barbara came out of the bathroom, was she holding the gun?
No.
Was the gun in the bathroom?
No.
The gun was in the dining room, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The final resting place of John Barrett was in the dining room, was it not?
Yes, it was.
At the time you arrived, Lee Porter had greater access to the gun than Barbara Barrett did, correct?
Yes.
Barbara was not thinking clearly when you arrived, correct?
I can't testify to the state of her mind.
Okay. Was Barbara crying and muttering things?
Yes.
Did Lee Porter seem to be thinking clearly?
No. I mean, I don't know.
So Lee Porter was rambling and crying continually.
Yes.
clarify, are we talking about defendant or Lee Porter right now?
We are talking about Lee Porter, the Barrett's housekeeper.
Okay.
Officer Cheney, nowhere in your incident report or your witness statement or anywhere else does it ever say that Lee Porter was rambling.
No, she was crying hysterically and pointing.
Okay. Did you ever suspect that Lee Porter committed the crime?
I'm not sure if she did or not.
Can you please answer my question, just to clarify?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you ever suspect that Lee Porter might have committed the crime?
It's not my job.
In your expert opinion, I believe that you are allowed to answer my question, considering the fact that it was your job to gather in the suspects. I would like you to answer my question.
Then yes, I suspected both her and Barbara Barrett.
Did you question Miss Porter?
I believe that I did.
Officer Cheney, if you questioned her, then why is there no note in any of your incident report or witness statement that you ever asked her any questions?
Objection, Your Honor. Question calls for declaration of material facts.
Any response, counsel?
I'm simply clarifying because of the fact that this is a question on the lack of the evidence, that my question is not asking for the witness to recreate evidence, but to make sure that they did not recreate evidence.
So are you asking him why he didn't interview this witness? Is that the question?
Yes, I asked him how it was that he says that he questioned Lee Porter when there is no note, nothing that implies that he did within all of his paperwork and within all of the testimonies and evidence of this case.
Okay, I am going to overrule the objection because this is testimony that the witness should know as he was there and he interviewed all the witnesses. So I'll let this go for now, but I'll see where you take it.
Can you repeat the question?
Why is it that you believe that you questioned Lee Porter when there is no evidence or testimony that says that?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Did you question Barbara Barrett?
Yes, I did.
You did not bring Lee Porter to the police station, correct?
No.
You investigated the crime scene after talking with Barbara, correct?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Sorry.
Sam Cheney, can you please refer to your crime scene, your investigation of the crime scene?
Can you, I'm not understanding what you mean.
So, in your investigation of the crime scene, you have stated in the last paragraph of your incident report that you investigated the crime scene after questioning Barbara.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So may I ask that question again?
Yes.
You investigated the crime scene after talking with Barbara, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, yes.
Would you say that your investigation was biased against Mrs. Barrett?
I guess it would appear that way, yes.
No
further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Okay, we're gonna have Cross. Can you cross? That was Cross.
Your Honor.
Witness is excused. Any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to call Dr. Joe Arme to the stand.
You affirm that the evidence you shall testify to the court and to the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. May.
Good afternoon.
So can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Dr. Joe Arme.
Where did you go to school, Dr. May?
I went to school at the Medical University of South Carolina.
Objection, Your Honor, outside of case materials.
It's an immaterial fact, so I'm gonna rule that.
Can you please state your credentials to the court?
Yes, I have a PhD in pathology. I perform autopsies regularly for my career, and I specialize in forensic pathology.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I have done so many, it would be hard to come up with an exact number.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to establish Dr. Joe Arme as an expert witness.
Any objections, counsel?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witness is established as an expert.
Okay. Dr. May, can you please tell the court how you came to be here today?
Yes, I was subpoenaed by the defense, or prosecution.
Dr. May, do you have any bias in this case?
No, I'm just here to state the facts.
Okay, so Dr. May, how many times was Mr. Barrett shot?
Mr. Barrett was shot 5 times.
Okay, which of these shots killed him?
The one to the posterior cavity of the head.
Are there any other details about this shot?
Yes, it was fired at a 45-degree angle, which shows that Mr. Barrett was most likely lying prostrate on the ground.
Okay. Can you please explain how you know it was fired at a 45-degree angle?
I found fragments of his skull and bullets inside of his head, which would normally happen and end up like that at 45-degree angles.
Can you please explain the 4 remaining bullet shots?
Yes, there was one to the front of the arm, through and through, one to the back of the leg, through and through, and 2 of them to his back, also fired at a 45-degree angle.
What does this show?
This shows that he was also shot in his back when lying on the ground.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. May. No further questions.
Thank you.
Dr. May, what is a pathologist?
What's a pathologist? Well, I perform autopsies and do medical research. I do mine for the Milton County Police Department.
Dr. May, what makes you certain that the first bullet fired was the one that pierced his shoulder?
It is impossible to determine exactly what order the bullets were shot in, but that is the most likely case, as when he was shot in the front of the arm. Usually when people are shot, they would turn around and start running, so then all the next shots are fired to his back.
Doesn't it take a certain amount of mental capacity to pull a trigger?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't it take much more to shoot somebody in the head?
Yes.
Would a gentle and loving woman be able to fire a bullet into her husband's head?
If she had the right mindset, yes.
Dr. May, isn't it true that gunfire to the head after a victim has already been tortured by multiple wounds their body indicates a pulse and ruthless killer?
Can you repeat that?
Isn't it true that gunfire to the head after a victim has already been tortured by multiple wounds to their body doesn't indicate that this is called ruthless killing?
Yes, I would think so.
Doesn't this path of execution usually manifest itself in professional murderers?
Yes.
Statistics show that the preferred method of an assassin is not the head. Isn't it possible that the deceased was executed by a professional killer?
Well, gathered by all the evidence and how Barbara Barrett was right there, most likely no.
You were not at the scene of the crime, so by your diagnosis, couldn't anybody have killed him?
Yes, that is true.
How do you explain the wound in the head to be on the right, while the deceased's head was facing left?
When his head was facing left.
Yes.
Barbara Barrett, I'm assuming that she is right-handed. So when she's holding a gun on her right.
Objection, Your Honor, assuming guilt. There are Barbara Barrett is innocent, proven guilty.
Overruled. The witness is testifying as to his opinion.
So if she's holding it with her right hand, it will not go in exactly straight, and she could have actually been saying more to the left, or you cannot determine medically, but that's just the most likely case.
Yes, but the head was facing left on the ground, so the bullet wound to the right would be touching the ground. So how does a bullet enter unless Barbara Barrett was standing underground?
When he was laying down, he was laying down face down, and when the bullet entered his head and killed him, he faced it down.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Wright.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to call Lee Porter to the stand.
Here.
You have found that the evidence you shall testify to the court and to the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and occupation for the report?
My name is Lee Porter, and I work as a housekeeper for the Barretts.
Can you please tell us how long you were employed by the Barretts?
I worked for the Barretts for about 6 months.
Can you please tell us what days you worked and what your regular hours were?
I work from 2 o'clock to 10 o'clock on Wednesday through Sunday.
Is that AM or PM this quarter?
10 o'clock at night. So,
Thank you. During your 6 months in the Barrett household, how well did you get to know your employers?
well, let me tell you a little something about myself. I don't really like to get involved with other people's business, so when I met Miss Barrett, I never really tried to establish any sort of relationship with them. I just kind of did what they told me to do, and that was my business.
However, as much as you try to avoid getting involved, wasn't it difficult to ignore any ongoing arguments that might have been present?
Yes, it was very hard to ignore the arguments that came on every once in a while.
Sure. Considering the relationship you just described, Ms. Porter, do you harbor any feelings of malice, or is there any bad blood between you and the defendant?
No. Like I said, I never tried to establish any sort of relationship with them.
In the 6 months that you were working in the Barrett household, did you ever see Mr. Barrett physically strike Mrs. Barrett?
No.
Did you ever see any bruises on Mrs. Barrett?
No.
Ms. Porter, we'd like to take a moment to clear the air about a rather personal matter that happened a while ago.
All right.
Can you please tell us about the time that you were wrongfully accused by a former employer?
Oh, yeah.
About 10 years ago, some lady that I used to work for accused me of taking $100 from her purse, but I didn't do it.
Ms. Porter, how did you deal with this situation?
Well, at the time, I didn't have enough money to hire a lawyer, so I was advised to negotiate a plea to end the lawsuit quickly, and so I did that, but I didn't take the money.
Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter, were you ever formally convicted of the deed larceny?
No.
And can you please tell us how long ago this occurred?
It was a long time ago, like 10 years ago.
Have you been in any kind of trouble with the law since that happened 10 years ago?
Nope, no way. Mm-mm.
Thank you. Can you please describe for us what some of your regular duties would have been in the Barrett household?
Yeah, around the Barrett house, I would, on an average day, I would sweep, dust, do laundry, cook, and general cleaning.
On the day of the murder, on December 18th, can you please tell us if there was anything unusual that you remember?
Well, I do remember something odd. Well, I was in the house cleaning when I heard 3 really loud bangs, and they caught my attention because I'd never heard anything like them before. Well, after that, I just kept dusting, and then I saw Mrs. Barrett come into the house with a big old gun in her hands.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Can you please tell us about the events occurring later in the evening on that day, Ms. Porter?
Yeah, later that evening, Mrs. Barrett was pacing and complaining about how Mr. Barrett was always late, and then Mr. Barrett came home at around 9 o'clock.
So, Ms. Porter, you yourself saw Mr. Barrett come into the house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did his behavior show any signs of alcohol consumption?
Well, he seemed sober to me.
Can you please tell us what happened after he walked in the door?
After he came in, I think they sat and talked in the living room for a while, because when I called them in for supper, they looked real mad at each other.
Thank you. After that, did they go into the dining room to eat?
Yes, they did.
And what did you do once they were seated?
Once they were seated, I served them their supper.
While you were serving them, did you happen to hear any of their conversation?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I heard.
In response?
Are you withdrawing your question, please?
After they ate, did they stay in the dining room?
Well, Mr. Barrett told Mrs. Barrett to leave.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay again.
In response? Are you withdrawing your question, or do you want to pursue your question?
I will withdraw the question. After they ate, where did they go?
They went into the living room.
What did you do after they went into the living room?
I was in the kitchen.
What happened next?
Well, I was clearing the table, and all of a sudden I heard 3 loud bangs, same as earlier. And I kind of got scared. And then I saw Mr. Barrett come into the dining room, and his arm and leg were all bloody. And then I left. I hightailed it out of there, and I did see Mrs. Barrett come in with the big old gun in her hand, and she was waving around like crazy. And so then I hightailed it out of there, and I didn't see nothing more until the cops came.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Can you tell us roughly about what time this occurred?
9:40, just about.
When did you return?
I came back at around 9:50, like 10 minutes later, because I had to call the cops. I mean, like, you don't want her to go around and kill the neighborhood or anything.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter, from all that you witnessed in the Barrett household, did it surprise you that the defendant killed her husband in cold blood?
Yes, I mean,
I know that they weren't exactly the perfect couple, who is, right? But I never knew that things were that bad.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. One more thing. The defense claims that Mrs. Barrett caught you earlier the day of the murder, taking change from her husband's drawer. Can you explain?
I didn't do nothing of the sort. Like, I do laundry for the Barretts, and that day I happened to find some loose change in Mr. Barrett's pants. So I left them in the drawer where I'm supposed to.
That's not an evidence.
What is not it?
She never says in her witness statement that she was pulling change out from John's pants.
Any response?
Your Honor, this is not a case-changing piece of evidence.
I agree. Overruled.
Ms. Porter, I'm going to ask that question one more time. Can you please explain why you were possibly seen putting change or taking change out of the drawer in the Barrett's private room?
Well, like I said earlier, I do laundry for the Barretts, so I took it out of the pants as I found it, and I left it in the drawer where I'm supposed to keep it in there. And Mrs. Barrett must have just thought I was taking it out, but I was just putting it away.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. No further questions.
The defense would like to cross the reporter.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd first like to enter into evidence Exhibit K, final disposition of the reporter.
The witness please identify that document.
That is, oh, yeah, I know. It's from the court a long time ago, from when I was charged with.
No objection, Your Honor.
The exhibit is entered into evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, I would also like to enter into evidence Exhibit I, the witness statement of the reporter.
Yes, this is my witness statement.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. The exhibit is entered into evidence. It's Exhibit I.
Good afternoon, Ms. Porter.
Aye.
Ms. Porter, according to your testimony today, it's true you pled guilty to stealing from your employer in 1979, correct?
Yes. I didn't do it. I didn't steal the money, I mean. Of course I pled guilty.
Mrs. Porter, as a citizen, you are entitled to free counsel. Did you use the court's appointed lawyer the day you pled guilty to theft?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
As a citizen, you are entitled to free counsel. Did you use the court-appointed lawyer the day you pled guilty to theft?
Yes.
According to your witness statement, you said you did not steal from your former employer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Porter, your witness statement contradicts your final disposition. Is this correct?
I'm sorry, I meant no to the first question.
Mrs. Barrett, Mrs. Porter, in your witness statement, it does say that you said you did not steal from your employer. Is this correct?
Yes.
But in your final disposition, you did plead guilty to theft. Is this correct?
Yes, I did.
So, Ms. Porter, which document is true, your witness statement or your final disposition?
Well, the difference is because I was advised to negotiate a plea because I wanted to end the lawsuit quickly, but I didn't steal the money.
But, Mrs. Porter, you did say in one statement, in one document, you did say you stole money, and yet in another statement, you say you did not steal money. I'm just trying to clarify which document is true.
Wait, where is that in this exhibit I?
Now,
Well-
what are you confused about, Mrs. Porter?
What were you saying, like it says, where?
I'm saying, in your final disposition, Mrs. Porter, you did plead guilty.
Yeah, but I was
Mrs. Porter.
charged but not convicted.
Mrs. Porter, in your witness statement, you did say that you said that you did not steal from your employer.
Yes.
Is correct? I'm just trying to clarify which document, whether you stole or not, which document is true.
They're both true.
That's very interesting. All right, I'll move on. Mrs. Porter, according to your testimony today, John came home late regularly. Mrs. Porter, isn't it true Mrs. Barrett was worried about John when she was waiting for him to come home?
Well, she did seem pretty angry that he was coming home later every single night.
Mrs. Porter, if you don't mind, I would like you to answer yes or no.
Well, not really.
Mrs. Barrett cried often while waiting for John to come home. Is this correct?
I think that she was mostly mad about how he was like late.
Mrs. Porter, it does say you do testify in your witness statement that Mrs. Barrett did cry a lot, correct?
Yes.
So, Mrs. Barrett, I'll ask the question once. Mrs. Porter, I'll ask the question once more. Was Mrs. Barrett crying a lot while waiting for John to come home?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Porter. Now, Mrs. Porter, as the housekeeper, you did witness Mrs. Barrett love her husband, tearfully waiting for him to come home at night, which demonstrated her desire for John, correct?
Sorry, could you please restate the question?
As the housekeeper, you did witness, just a moment ago, you did testify that you witnessed Mrs. Barrett's love for John, correct?
How?
By waiting for him to come home.
Well, she was angry and pacing, so that's
Mrs.
love.
Porter. Oh, really? Mrs. Porter, did Mrs. Barrett demonstrate her desire for John?
I don't know. I like to stay out of people's business. I mean, I just clean up and.
But you were present, you have been working, it is true in your statement that you said in your statement that you have been working with Barretts for 6 months, correct?
Yes.
So you would have probably been around them at least for a little while, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Ms. Porter, isn't it true 2 weeks before the death of Mr. Barrett, you heard Mrs. Barrett's scream? Ms. Porter, I would like a yes or no answer, please.
Yes.
Did you ask about it the next day?
No.
Didn't you mention in your witness statement you never saw any bruises because you weren't looking for them?
Yes.
You heard Mrs. Barrett scream, yet you did nothing to see if Mrs. Barrett was okay?
It wasn't my business.
Mrs. Porter, as a normal person, you would go if you heard someone in pain or someone in distress, wouldn't you have the instinct to go check up on them?
Well, since her husband was home, I would think that she would check on him. But they would look after him.
But Mrs. Barrett, is it true that Mrs. Barrett and Mr. Barrett were the only two people besides you at the residence?
Yep.
So it's probable that Mrs. Barrett and John were arguing, correct?
Yeah, but I've seen
Mrs.
people
Barrett.
scream over spiders and stuff.
Please answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
So there is a possibility that John could have been inflicting any sort of abuse on Mrs. Barrett, correct?
I guess it's possible.
Isn't it true that you testified that on the night in question, Ms. Porter, according to your testimony, Mr. Barrett set his briefcase down on entering the house, is this correct?
Yes.
You testified he took his coat off in the living room, is this correct?
Yes.
Ms. Porter, isn't it true you were in the kitchen preparing your dinner when Mr. Barrett came home?
Well, Mrs. Barrett and I were waiting for him to come home. So I was just cleaning up around the living area while things were cooking in the kitchen.
But when a few minutes after Mr. Barrett came home, Mrs. Barrett and Mr. Barrett were arguing, is this correct?
Yeah.
And you did, in your testimony, you did say that dinner was served, implying that you had cooked dinner before Mr. Barrett came home, is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mrs. Porter, I'll ask the question again. Mrs. Porter, isn't it true you were in the kitchen preparing dinner when Mr. Barrett came home?
Well, I was.
Ms. Porter, I'd like yes or no answer, please.
Yes, but I did see him coming.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Isn't it true, Ms. Porter?
Please let her answer the question. If she saw the witness from the kitchen, you couldn't hear that.
Well, I was setting up in the dining room, because you have to set up the plates and things. So that's what I was doing before, when he was coming home.
But there was a certain time where you were preparing dinner right before Mr. Barrett came home, is this correct?
Not right before, but yes.
Isn't it true the kitchen is clear across from the? Isn't it true the kitchen is clear across the house from the front door, Ms. Barrett? Ms. Porter.
I'm sorry, can you please restate the question?
Isn't it true the kitchen is clear across the front? Isn't it true the kitchen is clear across the house from the front door?
Yep.
Working in another part of the house, you were not an eyewitness to Mr. Barrett's arrival, is this correct?
No.
Okay, thank you. It was possible for you to see, it was impossible for you to see Mr. Barrett set his briefcase down, is this correct?
Well, I knew that he set it down anyway.
You did not see Mr. Barrett take off his coat, correct?
Well, I know that he did anyway. It was on the floor, so I'm just assuming that he might have taken it off.
Mrs. Porter, you were preparing dinner before John came home, correct?
Yes.
So it would be impossible for you to see from the kitchen all the way to the front door. You would not be able to witness Mr. Barrett set his briefcase down, correct?
Well, I didn't see him set his briefcase down, but that I did see it on the floor, so I'm assuming that it wasn't like glued to his hand and he was just carrying it all around the house.
Okay. Mrs. Porter, since you did not see Mr. Barrett, you guessed in your witness statement rather than stating the facts. Is this correct?
I stated a lot of facts.
But you have the word in your testimony, you do have the word, you do guess, quote, guess, that you saw Mrs. Barrett, that you did not see. I'd like to move on, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mrs. Porter, according to your statement, according to your testimony today, Mr. Barrett had not been drinking. Is this correct?
Well, to me, yeah.
Ms. Porter, isn't it true you were not with John at his office at any time at his office?
Yes.
Did you have lunch with Mr. Barrett?
No.
Did you give John a ride home?
No.
Ms. Porter, at any time during your work shift, did you spend time with Mr. Barrett before he came home from work?
Okay. Look, I have seen when people get a little bit tipsy, and I'm just saying that in my opinion, he did not seem drunk.
Mrs. Porter, you did not answer my question. Mrs. Porter, I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
At any time during your work shift, did you spend time with Mr. Barrett before he came home from work?
No.
When John came home the night of the murder, you were not with Mr. Barrett before he arrived home. Mrs. Porter, it wasn't possible for you to know if John was drinking, correct?
Yes. But I
So
was
you
just
were-
saying he did not seem drunk.
But you said your testimony, you did see him, you said you said in your statement that you knew if he was sober or not, correct?
Well, yes.
And you just testified that you knew he wasn't drinking, correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Porter, based on this line of questioning, we can conclude that you were speculating John was not drinking. You were speculating, you didn't know if John was drinking or not, correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Porter, isn't it true you said in your statement you were in the Barrett's house when the shooting began?
Yes.
Were you in the house when the shooting ended?
No.
Do you know how many bullets were left in the pistol?
No.
You did return to the crime scene before the police arrived, correct?
Yes.
So you did return to the house with the killer on the loose, correct?
Hey, I didn't want her to go around killing everybody, so I had to call the cops.
Mrs. Porter, you did return to the house with the killer on the loose, correct?
Sometimes you just have to be brave for the sake of others, you know?
Mrs. Porter, I'd like you to answer my question, yes or no.
Yes.
You returned not knowing if the shooting had ended, correct?
Well, I didn't hear anything more, so I assumed that it was over, but I wasn't 100% sure yet.
Okay, so, but you said you did hear 3 shots fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Porter, When you arrived in the house, Mrs. Barrett was in the locked bathroom, correct?
Yeah.
And when you came in the house, the gun was next to Mr. Barrett's body, correct?
I think so.
Did you check to see if John was alive when you came in the house?
No, I was so scared.
Mr. Porter, answer the question, yes or no.
No.
It's possible John was still alive when you came back to the house, yes? Correct?
I wouldn't think so. He was lying straight on the floor.
Besides, Mr. You can't be sure he was dead without checking to see if he was alive, correct?
Well, I guess not.
Besides Mrs. Barrett locked in the bathroom, Ms. Porter, you were alone at the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true you had access to the gun with no eyewitnesses?
I don't know. I don't even know where she was hiding it.
But you did just testify that Mrs. Barrett, that you did know if John, you did check on John, correct?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, I did see.
And you did see a gun next to Mrs. Barrett, correct?
Yes.
So while Mrs. Barrett was locked in the bathroom, away from the crime scene, free to roam the house, is it possible the shooting ended after you returned to the house?
No. Because I know that I didn't do
No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel? Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Prosecution versus case.
Yes, prosecution no.
I'd like to call Dan McGuire to the stand.
Will Mr. McGuire please come to the stand?
You have found that the evidence you shall testify to the court and to the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
What is your name?
My name is Daniel Clark.
How old are you?
I'm 42 years old.
Why are you here today?
I'm here to prove that Barbara Allen Burnett is completely innocent.
What is your occupation?
I'm a practicing psychologist.
And what do you do as a psychologist?
I mainly specialize in treating abused and battered women.
Mr. McGuire, where did you learn your specialty in treating battered women?
I attended Campbell State University where I received my BA and graduated with highest honors. I also received a master's degree in psychology.
How long have you been practicing?
17 years.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter Exhibit J into evidence.
May I turn on the witness's microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Will the witness please identify the document for the record? You please identify the document.
Witness statement of psychologist Dan McGuire.
We have no objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. The exhibit is entered into evidence.
McGuire, what else have you done in those 17 years?
I helped develop a family crisis intervention and training program used nationwide by police departments.
Anything else?
I have also written many articles on abused and battered women, and I've also written a book titled Living in Hell, The Life of a Battered Woman.
How many battered women have you interviewed?
I've interviewed, talked with, and collected data from well over 300 abused and battered women, and I've heard fragments of stories from over 500 more abused women.
Mr. McGuire, how do you know if a battered woman is telling the truth?
I've spent much time studying the thoughts and behaviors of battered women that I can tell if the testimonies are false.
Your Honor, I would like to establish Dan McGuire as an expert witness because he received a master's degree, graduated with highest honors, and has spent countless hours collecting data from hundreds of battered women.
Any objection, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Further testimony will show that Dan McGuire was not, or is not, an expert on Barbara Barrett's mind.
Okay, should we allow the evidence to see what he testifies to?
Yeah.
Just please proceed.
Mr. McGuire, in your opinion, what might happen if a woman in Barbara's condition felt that her life was in danger?
It is possible that one might faint or fall unconscious should they be threatened by death.
Mr. McGuire, can you define unconscious for us, please?
A simple definition would be not responding to one's surroundings.
If Barbara was not responding to her surroundings, what would she be able to do?
Her muscles would not be able to function while unconscious, so she wouldn't be able to do anything.
Thank you for your time, Mr. McGuire. No more questions.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Dr. McGuire, you are extremely passionate about battered woman syndrome, correct?
Correct.
The book you wrote on is called Living in Hell, The Life of a Battered Woman. Is this true?
Yes.
So would it be safe to say that you would go to almost any lengths to help any battered woman?
Yes.
So can we assume that you were biased in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Badgering the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. So was the defendant a patient of yours during
Yes.
her tumult? She was a patient of yours during her marriage to Mr. Barrett?
No. No.
Okay. So can you testify to her mindset before she killed her husband?
No.
Okay. So, not all cases of battered woman syndrome are the same, yes?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Do you want to renew your motion to not designate this witness as an expert after this evidence was presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Any response, counsel?
What was the objection again?
The prosecution doesn't want this witness to be designated as an expert.
What are your reasons?
That he cannot be an expert on what Mrs. Barrett's mind was like prior to the night her husband died.
We're not claiming him as an expert of Mrs. Barrett. We're claiming him as an expert as a psychologist.
I have no objections to that.
Okay, then the witness is designated as an expert. Thank you. Very nice. Any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to call Barbara Barrett to the stand.
Will the bailiff please swear in the witness?
My name is Barbara Allen Barrett.
And how old are you, Mrs. Barrett?
I'm 48 years old.
Where do you live?
I live at 2437 Rambling Woods Drive, Haddonfield, South Carolina.
And how many children do you have, Mrs. Barrett?
I have 2 children with my previous marriage.
When did you first meet John Walker Barrett?
I met John in 1978 at an alumni party.
And what did you think of John when you first met him?
I was totally fascinated by his charm and manners. I had never met anyone like him.
What happened the night you met John?
I remember we talked for an hour or so. Then we went outside to get some air by the pool. I remember he was an assistant solicitor at the time, and he had just won a big murder case. He told me all about it. He was very excited.
What happened then?
I remember we both had a little too much to drink, and he suddenly shoved me into the flower bed and started to get fresh. I could see the wild look in his eyes. I suddenly got up and fled home without making a scene.
What happened later that night?
John called several times to apologize and sent tons of flowers to my room.
Where did your relationship go from there?
2 days later, I agreed to meet John. Soon after, we began dating. He was a perfect gentleman and companion most all the time, and I loved how he treated my kids, who adored him.
How did he treat your kids?
He loved them and spent lots of time with them.
During this time, how did John act?
John was very hardworking. I also noticed that at special events and at night, John would drink very heavily. When he had been drinking, he would be moody and leave the house abruptly. But when he was sober, he was sweet and kind and loving.
In John's career as a prosecuting attorney, can you recall a time when he told you that he felt threatened?
He told me about some of his cases, and in some of them, the defendant got pretty angry at him because he convicted them.
What happened about 2 weeks before your wedding?
About 2 weeks before my wedding, all the preparations had been made, and the invitations had already been sent out. John came over to my house for dinner. My housekeeper had prepared a nice dinner for us, but John said that he didn't want to eat. Instead, he wanted me to fix him a drink.
And what did you do?
On purpose, I fixed him a weak drink so that we could avoid making a scene. When he tasted it, he noticed and threw it against the wall. He started calling me names like stupid and incompetent. He suddenly shoved me against the wall and started slapping me. I tried to defend myself, but it just made it worse. Then John started crying, so did I.
Then what happened?
We were both very confused that this had happened. There was really no harm done. As soon as he got angry, he would soon become the loving, caring man I had fallen in love with. John said that he would never treat me with violence again. We went on with our wedding.
After your wedding, how was your relationship with John?
Well, we spent most of our time together, and I loved how he made me feel. I was the most important person in the whole world. But although I have large independent forms of money and trust funds, John decided to go back to work. John was almost always at work, and sometimes I wouldn't see him for several days.
Can you describe any other concerns in your marriage?
Sometimes I would get worried because John was very handsome, and I was always worried about other women being attracted to him.
Please describe about the experience you had when you found John with another woman.
One night, John phoned and said that he would be home late. At around midnight, I started to get worried, and I decided to go down to his office.
What did you see?
I saw that the light was on. I opened the door, and there were 2 people sitting on the couch. One was John. The other one was a blonde woman that I did not recognize. I suddenly left and fled home.
Then what happened?
About 2 hours later, John came home and accused me of spying on him.
said that if I were a real wife, he wouldn't be forced to spend time with other women. At this time, his face was red and contorted. I knew he was going to beat me again. I ran for the door. He caught me and started hitting me with his fist. I finally fell to the floor, and he started kicking me. The next thing I knew, I was taken to the hospital in an ambulance.
How often did Mr. Barrett abuse you?
About 3 or 4 times a year.
After Mr. Barrett would abuse you, how did he act?
John would soon become loving and caring again, just like the man I had fallen in love with.
How did you feel about John at this time?
Well, I loved him, and he told me that he couldn't live without me, and I felt the same way about him.
Who did you talk to about the fact that you were living with an abusive husband?
I soon talked to my minister, who told me that I should be submissive and give in to my husband's will. I also saw a series of doctors who prescribed tranquilizers to help me cope. Another doctor asked me what I did to provoke these beatings.
And how did your family feel about this?
My family told me that I shouldn't tell anyone because they didn't want the bad publicity. But after the beatings had occurred, I would usually stay in my house and have my housekeeper bring meals to my room.
What kind of steps did you take to improve the state of your marriage?
One night, John came home and he told me that our marriage was in difficulty. I had not been giving him the attention he was used to because he was always at work. I told him that I would stop all my fundraising activities so that we could try again. I thought he had agreed because life seemed to be calm for several weeks.
And then what happened?
John's attitude changed. He became even more harsh than before. He began being verbally abusive again, and his sloppiness grew worse. One night, John came home. He came into the bedroom, took off his belt, and started beating me with it. I knew he was going to kill me, but for some reason I didn't think I was going to die.
What happened the night of Mr. Barrett's death?
One night, the night of Mr. Barrett's death, he came home late at around 9 o'clock. We sat in the living room, and I told him how I was upset, how he always came home late. He said it was none of my business, and that he wanted a divorce. Then my housekeeper said that dinner was ready, and we went into dinner.
Then what happened?
John told me that he was leaving that night. I started to cry. I must have been crying a lot because John told me to leave the room.
What did you do next?
I went into the living room and poured myself a glass of wine to help me think. Then, the next thing I knew, John was coming into the room with a belt in his hands. I knew he was going to choke me and kill me. I don't remember anything else after that.
After you came to, what is the next thing you remember?
I remember that the police came and took me away.
Why did you lock yourself in the bathroom?
I don't remember, but I do know our bathroom is the closest room with a lock on it. Maybe I was trying to get away from somebody.
Who else was in the house that night?
There was one other person, Lee Porter, my housekeeper.
Mrs. Barrett, after the police came and took you with them, do you remember what happened?
I don't remember.
Mrs. Barrett, do you recall being given your Miranda warnings?
I don't remember.
Please describe any firearms that are stored at your home.
We never owned anything.
Did you kill your husband?
Oh no, I would never hurt John. I loved him. I would never do anything to harm him at all.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the jury. No further questions. Any other witnesses?
Neither I would like to cross. Sorry.
Your Honor.
Anything else, counsel?
We have one more objection. The signature on the letter has not been verified.
Response, counsel?
I will withdraw the letter from evidence.
Right.
Mrs. Barrett, your husband did not threaten you either physically or verbally the night of the murder, correct?
No.
Mrs. Barrett, you were aware of why your husband wanted a divorce, right?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 4.
The witness statement?
The report.
That's already been answered.
Oh, okay. I'd like the witness to read a copy of that.
Okay, do you have a copy of the incident
Yes.
report? I think the witness already issued.
Which one is it?
I'm not sure of the old line, let me see. I'd like you to read,
Which exhibit is it?
oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Is it the incident or the
Incident.
incident?
I think it's Exhibit E. Exhibit E, please.
I don't see it up here.
Okay.
No, it is exhibit C.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I mean the confession.
Oh,
I apologize, Your Honor.
I feel the confession has not been.
The confession, yeah, I have it here. The
I
confession is up here.
I have it too. Okay, I'd like,
The witness, oh no, the confession?
yeah, he said,
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's used. Exhibit F, I believe, yes.
I
Okay.
have that.
Could you please read line, the last paragraph, sentence 2.
We both went into dinner and talked more about the divorce.
I'm sorry, sentence 2. That's sentence 3.
He told me he wanted a divorce and that he wanted to marry someone else.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett. Can I please ask you my previous question? Mrs. Barrett, you were aware of why your husband wanted a divorce, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Barrett, when you caught your husband with another woman in his office at work, it angered you, correct?
Not really.
Mrs. Barrett, your husband was unfaithful to you more than once, right?
No?
Mrs. Barrett, he was unfaithful to you that one time, and then he was obviously unfaithful to you once more regarding Tosie.
Yes.
Thank you. So your husband's unfaithfulness, neglection, and the mistreatment of your marriage vows resulted in feelings of anger, right?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrett, moving on. I would now like to talk to you about your housekeeper, Lee Porter. Besides the aforementioned incident regarding the loose change, you had never had any other problems with her, correct?
No.
Mrs. Barrett, you live in an affluent area of Haddonfield, do you not?
Yes.
So is it safe to assume that you have some rather valuable possessions in your home?
Yes?
So when you hire your maids, or in this case, housekeeper, you would choose them carefully, correct? Mrs. Barrett, you don't trust Lee Porter, right?
No.
Yet, Mrs. Barrett, even though you didn't trust her, you allowed her to work and be in your home with you?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett.
Mrs. Barrett, is it true that you were treated by several counselors during your marriage to John Barrett?
Yes?
Yet, Mrs. Barrett, none of these people were called to testify on your behalf, right?
Correct.
Mrs. Barrett, you were also counseled by a pastor, right?
Yes.
Yet he too is not here to testify for you?
No.
Thank you. Mrs. Barrett, did Dr. McGuire treat you during the abusive cycles that made up your marriage?
No.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrett. No more questions. Witnesses excused.
Any other witnesses?
Your Honor.
Does the defense rest their case?
The defense rests their case.
To have defense counsel give their closing statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court. Barbara Allen Barrett lived to love her husband. She adored him, despite his treatment of her. She had hope in her marriage. My colleagues and I have demonstrated Barbara Allen Barrett is only guilty of loving her husband too much. Let us remember, Mrs. Barrett is a fine, generous member of Milton County society and mother of two. More importantly, up until the tragic night of her death, Mrs. Barrett, up until the tragic night of her husband's death, Mrs. Barrett was a dutiful, loving wife. Barbara managed her household well, making sure the house was in perfect condition for her husband, John. She even voluntarily gave up her fundraising efforts to make more time for him. As you heard today, Mrs. Barrett was willing to endure neglect, verbal abuse, and violent beatings to satisfy John's needs. She loved him even more than she loved herself. Mrs. Barrett stands before you today, confident, believing in our justice system. The facts presented today clearly show, although Mrs. Barrett has been accused of a crime, she is not a criminal, unlike the prosecution's star witness, Lee Porter. Rather, Mrs. Barrett stands before you today with an armor of innocence shielding her from false testimony, false accusations, a flawed investigation, and circumstantial evidence. Take a moment and picture Mrs. Barrett, shielded by her armor, standing firmly before the prosecution, who today has been holding a gun loaded with bullets. These bullets are bits of evidence. Let me remind you, the only bullets that can penetrate her shield are malice and premeditation. Yet, the evidence the state has presented are bullets that look real and sound real, but we know, based on their witnesses today, these bullets are only blanks. It was proven this so-called evidence is not solid but hollow. The prosecution has been shooting blanks throughout the trial that are void of the truth. Let's take a moment to look at a number of blanks shot as a result of incompetent police work by Officer Cheney. If you will recall, by Officer Cheney's own admission, he neglected to secure the crime scene and failed to take Miss Porter into custody. Remember, Lee Porter was present before, during, and after the murder. Finding both women hysterical, one was questioned, why did Officer Cheney target Mrs. Barrett and not Lee Porter? Next, the facts presented show that Officer Cheney used coercion during the questioning of our client at the kitchen table. May I first point out, my client had no attorney present to represent her. You will recall, by Officer Cheney's own admission, he could not recollect giving my client her Miranda rights before taking her into custody and securing the confession statement. In addition, Mrs. Barrett, having just moments before recovered from passing out, was distraught and confused when Officer Cheney questioned her. Asking Mrs. Barrett if she felt threatened when she saw her husband, Officer Cheney immediately put my client in jeopardy of admitting guilt. With such a question, Mrs. Barrett would be forced to admit whether she answered yes or no. This kind of questioning is not only inappropriate, unprofessional, but actually calls into question Officer Cheney's ability to conduct an unbiased investigation. Officer Cheney's incompetence coerced my client, an innocent citizen, to incriminate herself. Flawed questioning is reasonable doubt, and it must be thrown out. If you recall, the prosecution presented evidence distorted by corruption and speculation. Corruption due to the lack of skilled law enforcement and an abundance of speculation by Lee Porter, who I must remind you was clearly present during the murder. Justice requires evidence free from all impurities. We have demonstrated the next set of blanks shot by the prosecution highlight the performance of their star witness, Lee Porter. The prosecution painted Mrs. Porter as a key eyewitness. However, it was proven Miss Porter only speculated about John's arrival, drinking habits, and the actual shooting. Lee Porter is speculating, again, rather than telling the actual truth. As a witness, Miss Porter's testimony is questionable. Facts presented today show that Lee Porter has lied in the court. Her final disposition states she confessed and was guilty of thievery. Then, today, she claims she did not commit a crime. I ask you, which Lee is telling the truth? The fact that Miss Porter has presented contradictory statements is more than enough evidence that she is not a reliable witness. If there is a shred of doubt in her testimony, it must be thrown out. Additionally, although Dr. May did testify today, John died of gunshot wounds, he can't prove who was the killer. John's wounds are not on trial. Dr. McGuire confirmed Mrs. Barrett, as an abused wife, having blacked out, could not have possibly maintained the muscle control necessary to control a gun, to shoot you. Finally, I must remind you, the prosecution shot only blanks, hollow evidence. The defense did not forge our client's armor of innocence. No, it was our judicial system, born out of the Fifth Amendment to our Constitution, that gives us all the assurance of innocence until proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. The sum total of blanks, and there are many, shot by the prosecution today leave you with no other option than to find Mrs. Barrett innocent, innocent, innocent. I urge you, members of the jury, to find the defendant, Barbara Allen Barrett, not guilty of the charge of murder. The defense rests its case.
Your Honor, members of the jury, may I remind you that to win this case, all the defense has to do is to create a reasonable doubt in your mind. So they do not have to come up with any solid ideas of what did happen. They can say that there is no proof and that some mysterious assassin would assassinate an upstanding lawyer for no reason other than the fact that he does his job. Does this seem like hard evidence to you? They say we fired blanks, but they haven't done anything but say that they were blanks, which they were not. What happened that night, as far as we can tell, is that a man who is unfaithful to his wife, provoked an attack by his wife because he apparently wanted to leave her. And this, on top of the fact that he was unfaithful and apparently beat her, drove his wife to shoot him. I'd like to remind the jury at this time that Lee Porter was not convicted of petite larceny. She was never convicted of any crime. She was put on probation. And this is an extreme difference. I'd also like to remind the jury that Dr. McGuire never saw Mrs. Barrett during her marriage. She cannot say what her mind was like on that night before her husband died. Whether she was a rageful woman or someone quiet and passive. There is nothing that she can say about that because she was not there to test her mind that night. All she can see is the aftermath of what happened after her husband was killed. There was no one else in the house that night other than Lee Porter, who was not there when Mr. Barrett actually died. The only person in the house that night was Barbara Barrett. There is no doubt that anyone else could have snuck into the house and killed him.
At this time, the jury will deliberate and they will please bring all of the entered exhibits into the jury room.
All rise.
Okay, you can be seated.
All rise.
Please be seated. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, the jury and the judge has come to a verdict. Will the defendant please stand? The state of South Carolina finds the defendant guilty of murder. This again was a really tough call. You guys did an amazing job again. And we are all here to give specific feedback if you have any questions. I have lots of comments if you want any feedback. And a round of applause for everybody.
One quick once again, although the verdict was guilty, the defense won on presentation, but lost the case. You won the case, but lost on presentation. So it was split, both sides, both days.
Yeah. It's all good.
At this time, if the jurors have any feedback for the attorneys or the witnesses, by all means, feel free to express your opinions.
I guess I'm the first one. You guys are excellent. You honor God with all your hard work.
I'm impressed. I wish my children were able to do mock trials, and they have not been able to. And you did a fabulous job. The more you guys can memorize those lines, the stronger the case appears to us as jurors when you're not reading from it, but when your eyes are up and you're looking at it, we think, oh my gosh, they're telling the truth. And I love the passion of the lawyers. You guys did a great job. The more you use your hand gestures and things and move around a little bit, it's really good.
Just curious, I told a few of you that I wanted to clap. I had to keep myself from clapping after everything you guys said. We all did such a fantastic job, and I was just so impressed. And I haven't got to meet any of you guys, but I'm just so impressed with your entire team from this morning and from this afternoon. Just fabulous with how you were able to be a character a lot of the times, and that was just great. And home team over here. Just so excited for you guys and just the details that you went into with the case and how you were able to poke holes in things. That was just really great. So good job.
I have to say I am so impressed with all of you. The hard work that you put into this absolutely shows, and your dedication to the part that you played and the character and the composure that you guys had, and I was just thoroughly impressed, and the curveballs and the way you were able to work around that. You guys are truly amazing, and I know this is an experience I will never forget, and I know neither will you.
Yes, I just want to thank you for allowing me, all of us to be a part of it. I think it's probably a maturing place for all of you. I kept picturing my daughter up there and thinking, wow, is she going to be able to stand up there and look like a lawyer? Well, when you walked into the courtroom, Jen, I'm like, whoa, watch out for your wow. It's hard. So you all just look so mature, and I think that the thoughtfulness that you put into this, and the line of questioning, and the thoroughness, and the organization that you put in was so clear as far as your thoughts, the way you articulated them. It was really, really wonderful. I got lost in it. So all of you, kudos to you, and great job.
And so ends our trial. That's it. Thank you all.